asked to make it like.
Should I teach you that down in Kentucky?
Oh, nice.
I think should August maybe.
Yeah. When is
I
training?
can't even remember
I know.
because it's not that time yet, so it's hard for me to keep in mind like everything I've got going on.
I know. Like I'm trying to take it because like shift, right? I haven't even looked at this week's because I want to.
Yeah,
Get
I
this.
did look at it and I'm like, okay, it's nothing to worry about. It's
Yeah.
like encouraging fire, like, I don't know. Something, I grabbed it today, so I had it with me. Creating urgency to buy.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
So I'm like, okay, I think this week's all buyer related stuff. You're doing finance.
It's like 28 tactics for, financing.
Yeah, and I would just pick like the 2 or 3 that you think are most applicable to what we actually do.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, they don't need to know about like FHA 203K loans, like that if they get to one, then
Yeah.
they need to sit down with the lender and understand how it works.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah, you can really go down in the weeds on that one.
you pick up the manual. It's like this is really.
I know. That was the one I'm like, huh, I think it has a different binding color on it because I had to go up a size.
Up a notch. Yeah.
I'm like, that sucks.
Got an agent showing my listings off market that we pulled earlier this year. So I told him like, is it pain in the butt? Like one of my sellers has 3 kids. Like if she packs up and like it's just a waste of time, I'm gonna be kind of pissed.
Yeah.
Because I tried to set the expectations of like, because he actually called my seller because he had seen we had canceled it.
Yeah.
We pulled it off the market. And so he had talked to my seller, and so I'm like, hey, talk to me. You can talk to me. I'm his agent. We still have a listing contract. He did it. He contacted me again, and that's when I called him. I'm like, I talked to my seller. Like, you can't work out a time for you to come see it. Like, don't contact my person. You found information.
So one of our agents was.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I should Zach. That's where Zach came from.
You asked him once, that should be enough.
Well,
At that point, you told him he had a listing contract.
Yeah.
At that point, he's crossing signs if he's contacting the seller correctly.
well, plus once, I'm good friends with the seller. I've done this, so like once my seller told him I'm looking to take action.
Yeah. There's persistent and there's unethical,
Yeah.
and that is unethical. I mean,
Yeah.
you are not allowed to do that. Once you know
Yeah.
if they're represented, you have to back off. I mean, it says it in multiple places and
Yeah.
for a reason.
They get it right. Like if you see it canceled or withdrawn, there's fine.
100%, especially when you can actually find a phone number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are. Are you still working with an agent? Or who is your agent? Whatever.
I'd even forgive them asking like, why'd you come off the market?
Yeah.
Something like that, but once they say I found an agent,
Yeah.
don't try to pursue that. You know that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Well, that's why I told him like, if we carve out time, I'm like, I told him like they're not motivated, they're not distressed, like we don't need any lowball offers. So I'm like, if that's kind of the ploy, we can save everyone's time. So
What area is it in?
it's Milford. It's a 5-bed, 2.5.
What it is, having that 5th bedroom. Like,
Yeah.
There's not a lot out there. I had a family looking for 5 or more bedrooms at one point. and
Yeah.
I remember searching the entire MLS and like 3 came up.
Well, that's the thing. It's
You know what I mean? So it's like.
it just needs some cosmetic updates. Like there's nothing wrong. I can even provide the when we're under contract, they had the inspection done. So like nothing.
Oh, that's nice. I love having an inspection report.
I know. Yeah. It's funny because we bought
We
this.
list our house, I'm gonna have a full inspection done on it. Because that way, because being an agent, I think it benefits us that, hey, this stuff is wrong with it, and we're telling you everything, because this is from the
Yeah.
inspector, not just from me.
Well, the funny thing is, when we bought it 2-3 years ago, we bought it off market from Tyler. Who had a previous inspection on.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Especially when there is cosmetics, because that does put some doubt in people's mind.
Yeah,
That there could be, because they didn't take care of the
It's
basic
so
stuff,
vital.
they left other things,
for sure.
you know, that's
This,
common.
yeah, I mean, it's 5 bed, 2.5 bath, a huge unfinished basement that has walkout.
So you can really do a lot down there.
I was like freaking out a little bit.
Yeah,
I was like,
I don't know, we were looking at Belfort, but
Yeah,
to keep that in mind, like that's,
yeah,
it was, what is it,
God.
probably close to 3,000.
Okay, so just go into.
Yeah,
so
so
it's
we-
2,800.
I think about 2,800.
Yeah. Almost has to be to get that many bedrooms in without having micro bedrooms.
Yeah, and they're good sized. They're good sized bedrooms. It's just outdated, and that's the feedback we got.
I'm like, oh.
And
my
we
God.
had listed back in the fall when the
Okay.
market was starting to get kind of goofy.
Yeah, got a little weird there at the fall.
Yeah, so
Okay. No, you're.
they
fine. Okay, perfect. Thank
weren't
you so much.
motivated enough to listen to the feedback to either price, make it reflect on price or do the updates of like the kitchen and stuff. So they are kind of slowly doing some of those things.
You got 3 kids, I mean, I had 2, it was hard to get anything done. Every time you thought you were ahead and you had the money to do something,
Yeah,
oh, she needs braces, now she fell and hurt her hand and we've got to go, and the doctor bills are obnoxious, and like, yeah, it's always something.
exactly.
It's always the weirdest thing, or it breaks down, you gotta be able to go to where we need to go.
I know that says Ignite, that's what Targa sent.
Okay.
So I think that we should be good with that. I'm,
Okay, I've got the slides. 'Cause, yeah, I've got a complete print. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a different program.
yeah, I can email or whatever's the easiest, but yeah, I've got the actual facilitator slides.
okay,
From Core Breakthrough 120.
okay. Do you want to send those to? Send them to the front desk?
Yes.
I like my phone.
I just emailed that.
And can you send them to me as well?
Oh,
The,
yeah.
KLRW 1074.
So this should be.
Now you mentioned useless feature on my watch. Didn't tell me I left my phone. It don't tell me I leave my phone when it's in my back pocket. But it won't tell me I left my phone when it's down. I will be right back.
Okay.
You
Donna.
need a break or anything on my way back up?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Jennifer.
Okay.
Donna just texted me asking if there's still seats available. Wow.
Think we're gonna run out of space.
Perfect.
There you go.
Awesome.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine, yeah.
And then I don't know if you want it or need it, but there's a microphone here. Totally.
Okay, yeah, it's on, yeah, this would be good. Is this on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I'll put that on.
And it's just normal. microphone.
Nice.
And then turn it on.
Perfect.
Yes, and it's just on battery.
So.
There you
Perfect, awesome.
All right,
Thank you
good
so much.
deal. Let me know if you need anything.
I will do that. I'm gonna just hang this. Do you have like a coat?
Coat hanger? No, I don't think. That you
Understand, but- So. Picking a place, I think
Quite last week, it's like, you left your phone behind, like, oh my god, I'm like, I'm here, like, you're like, next to like 2 feet from each other, like, come on. Oh, goodness.
I don't know. Which place I wanna sit in here.
I always like to be on one of the 2 sides so that I'm in front of the screen.
Yeah,
Chris, I have something for you. I know. I love AI, it's totally AI in front of that line. I'm like, here, I need to put that on the photo, but now I need to straighten it and then, fun. It did not. Yeah, like, okay, now that he looks like a friend.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm doing well.
Andy, did you get the shirt?
I did order one.
Okay, you wanna come grab it? Sure. Or get this out of the way before we get started. We have people, we got, yeah. So have you signed because it gets charged off of stuff and I don't want anybody to say they didn't. Yeah, they're gonna charge thinking they took off the fee still and just sign somewhere in there and they could use it. Don't want anybody to say they didn't. We have fun extra income, so they won't free. The painted, this is a Indian tradition, or Native American tradition, sorry, you, yeah, thank you.
I'm sitting up front so I can see that. I feel like I'm a back
We're
row person
person,
today.
I'm actually front row person all the time, but I got it early, so I only got like an hour today, so I'm like, I want to try to be as least disruptive as I can.
I don't want to be called on.
You guys be any more spread out?
We're not allowed to call on people, so you're safe there. We may steer you down, but we're not allowed to call on. I got in trouble for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently they really don't like that.
Wait, you got in trouble for staring? Someone?
No calling on them. I thought they had said something,
Oh,
and so I directed the question directly out of them.
we say. They say, what is it, in KW, like not to call on people, but like then we'll just have you go make phone calls for. You know, actually, we're gonna make some phone calls today, so. Okay.
I feel like the way they're doing these, they're so much more interactive than some of the previous classes.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
So is this like Ignite only like all, like everything just pushed into like 4 hours rather than kind of spread out?
That's correct. Instead of a month, which is traditionally how Ignite is structured, it's pretty much a week, and it's just more intensive, material.
So it
So,
reminds me of old in a lot of the ways with all the activity.
yeah, that's a good,
It
that's a
kind
good,
of reminds me about that, but that's,
yeah, absolutely.
where it's combining into the calls into the database stuff that you're supposed to do within the class now, so it's not just.
For sure.
It's interesting, I like that.
Yeah. All right, let's get, it's 9:01, so let's get started. Okay. So welcome everyone. Thanks for coming. I know it's Monday morning. I want to preface with just saying this course really is only about 2-ish months old. So I'm kind of the guinea pig for this. So I've obviously Jennifer, myself, and we've all been studying it, internalizing it, but there may be points where it may seem like I'm reading just kind of from the material a little more heavily, but that's just because our heads up notice was about 2 or 3 weeks. So yeah, it's still a little fresh, but that's good. Jennifer and I took Bowler a couple years ago when they had just revamped the program. So our coach Hudson was brand new to that material, and I think we still had an amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I know that left an impact on my life, my career. So yeah, just bear with me if some of the stuff is a little more, material heavy, and I'm more so lecture, but yeah, we'll get through it. So I know all of you in here pretty much, but again, I'm Doug. I am let's drive me crazy. I'm with the Shipley Group down the street, so I've been with KW about 4 years. I'm the launch coordinator for our group, so I work with a lot of our newer agents, not just new to real estate, but new to the team as we get them onboarded. And I'm also the finance ALC chair, head person, whatever. So I like money. Money's fun, right? That's why we all, for the most part, got involved in real estate, help people. And to make money, build careers. So that is. Yeah, if we just go around, everyone take about 30 seconds and do their elevator spiel. Just kind of introduce yourself, why you got involved in real estate, and we'll start with Jennifer.
Jennifer Baldwin, I've been in real estate for 18 years now. I got involved because I realized working a 9-to-5 job with 2 kids was not gonna work out, so picked a career where I'm even busier than working 9 to 5, but it's done well for me and love what I'm doing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Shannon Zeller, I have been licensed for 1 month now and wanted to do this to open up different possibilities in my life, to have a job, to make income, to work around other things that I like to do. But personally, creatively, I want to be an artist, so.
Okay.
Being able to work around that and not be stuck in the 9-to-5 job.
Okay,
So I'm doing this.
wonderful, thank you.
I know,
Well,
you have a couple people on the way here.
Where I don't like to
I know.
stop. So, well, just remind, I have to set it up where it just admits a lot.
I know, oh. All right, Chris.
Hi Doug, my name is Chris, I've been an agent for 2 years almost. And why?
Yeah.
Uh,
What drew you to be a real estate agent?
to hopefully get paid for work that I do.
Okay. Just like that. Hey,
Hi, everybody, I'm Annie Federal. I've been an agent for 11 years. It's hard to remember back why I decided to get a real estate license. It was kind of a fluke, honestly, I just woke up one day, then thought, I'm gonna get a real estate license today. Here we are.
all right. So we've got some veterans and some kind of newer agents in the group. So it's a nice eclectic mix, which I like, right? I feel like when it's you get a melting pot of different backgrounds and years of experience. It makes for good group participation. So, yeah, today, it's 9 to 1 schedule. About halfway through, we'll do a 10-15 minute, water, coffee, bathroom break, but I'm just gonna keep rolling, for the most part. And yeah, I just ask that we, just be some active participation involved. So I may call on you. We'll do some role play, real play, questions, ahas, things like that. So when we talk about breakthrough, with that word breakthrough, what would you say that word means to all of you?
Say it means kind of like, a lot of times when you start a career, you get to a point where you're like, I just don't know what to do next, and it breakthrough would be like getting to that next step, like really realizing that what the next step is gonna be, and.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought this was, what that meant in this particular class.
Okay, awesome, thanks, Jennifer. Anybody else?
I think it means that there's some kind of an obstacle or ceiling.
Mhm.
Barrier.
Okay, yeah, I like that. One of the courses, the 6 personal perspectives, goes into shifting from entrepreneurial to purposeful, and that kind of is what you described, right? You have a certain level or ceiling of achievement until you kind of essentially break through, right, and achieve that new level of success. So when we use the word breakthrough, we use it to mean a significant discovery or major advance. So that's what Breakthrough 120 is going to do. It's going to give you tools to make a major advance in your real estate career over the next 120 days. So to build a thriving business, you need a steady stream of buyers and sellers to work with. We'll discuss powerful and effective ways to get your business in motion. Here you go. Morning, ladies. Morning. Following along, we're on page 13 now. Also, I wanted to say, for those of you who stay to the end, I've got a copy of Atomic Habits. So we'll all write our names on a piece of paper and I'll just give this away to everyone who makes it to the end of the class. So I want to take a few minutes now for each of you to write down what you would like your business to look like a year from now, which should be on page 13. So for example, how much money would you like to make? What would you be doing with your family? Have you learned any new skills? And what would you be confident in? So again, page 13, take a few minutes to write down some of those things.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so on page 13,
Say confident, thing.
yes, so things like how much money would you like to make? What would you be doing with your family? Have you learned any new skills? And what would you be confident?
So is there a copy of this yet on the website?
Yes, what I'll do right now, Chris, is I'll email you. Can you get into Connect? What I'll do is I've got it pulled up right now.
Yeah, I can get it.
Okay, I just emailed it to you. It's what I'm teaching off of. It's the facilitator guide, but it has all the same things that you would have with just more notes. Take about 30 seconds, finish up whichever thought you're on. Would anyone like to share what they wrote down on page 13?
My new skills, I would like to understand more about this AI integration. You know, read my inbox and. Just know what's what.
Okay. So for you, Andy, it sounds like you see an understanding of AI as its application device, supervising and task oriented.
Yes, thank you, that was much more succinct way. of saying it.
Oh, no, I'm just, no, that's, because we'll go into AI later, material in today's sessions and the other sessions, but no, I mean, truly, that's how I can see AI as like an extension, right? It's a very, high efficient, low cost program software. So, no, I love that. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Tom, sorry. Yeah,
So I would like to see my pipeline stay pretty consistent and full,
okay,
but. To just get that monkey off my back about my database, I mean, I literally. I just don't like being in there trying to get lead generation, but that is what has to take place in order to. Have a successful real estate business.
Okay. yeah. So tell me more about that. So the lead generation database monkey on your back, what specifically regarding your database is it you don't like or
Rejection,
rejection? Okay, yeah. Okay,
pretty much, I put that headset on and then I'm like, oh, let's just send a text because that is.
yeah,
That's not gonna hurt me as bad as hearing it.
yeah,
Sweet.
okay, okay. So we'll explore fears later on, a little later in the program, irrational, rational, primal fears. And because yeah, I deal with the similar things, right? It's hard being told no or being rejected. So yeah, thank you for sharing.
So I basically, in a nutshell, I just wanna get out of my own way and just do.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. Anybody else?
Similar to Andy, like I wanna be better with AI and like having that work for me and not. I don't wanna be like chasing things. I feel like sometimes like the business runs me, I don't run the business.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have a huge database that I don't have organized the way that it should be.
Okay.
And don't have it like streamlined, like I have all this wonderful stuff, but
Yeah.
it's not in the right way.
Sure.
So I feel like I pick and choose certain things and I'll do them for a while and then like they don't pan out because like it's not organized the way that it should be. So
Okay.
getting a better, clearer path on top would be amazing.
Perfect. Well, that's today's whole kind of
Right?
premise is, yeah, creating, organizing, cultivating, feeding, and essentially growing your database. So excellent. Okay. Would you like to share?
Sure. One of my big things is, developing my relationships with the people in my sphere
Yes.
because it's kind of been neglected for a long time.
Yeah.
So I want to, that's really hard for me. I just need to reach out because I feel like they're, where have you been? You know?
Yeah.
But, and that's not gonna take a whole year from now, but I'm gonna like really crack down on that.
Yeah.
Soon and get that over with.
Okay. Yeah.
Develop that, because I feel like that's holding me back a lot, et cetera, to
Yes.
contacting these people and opening up those lines of communication with them.
Yep.
And it shouldn't be, because I've noticed that it's been a good thing.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of weird.
Yeah.
See,
Well, the good news is twofold, right? Those people do want to hear from you, right? And if they don't hear from you, inevitably they're going to transact with someone else. And that's just the reality. So it might as well be you. He's a great person, great agent. And then two, we're actually making some Sphere calls today, so we can actually start that, you know, that relationship and getting back into relationship, and there's scripting and a whole framework for that. So, yeah, I think that's really important. Thank you. So, the goal for Breakthrough 120, right, is to get on track and have 9 signed agreements within 120 days. So this is going to be accomplished through daily habits and activities that will drive you towards your goal. Each day, we're going to cover, we'll cover how to set your mindset up for success, how to create successful habits based on the models of top agents, and then we're going to practice those habits, excuse me. And so through these habits, models, and skills, we'll have real estate conversations with at least 10 people, 5 days a week, for the next 120 days to situate you to net 9 agreements. So this means by the end of 120 days, you'll be positioned to have 9 new clients ready to buy or sell. And so my promise as your facilitator is to guide, support, and be accountable by doing everything possible to set you up for success. So as we look at Breakthrough 120, right? So today we're starting with core session 1, which is the database. So part 1 focuses on developing a confident mindset, overcoming fears, and building skills and habits for success. So it's going to consist of 5 sessions, each lasting 4 hours. So this is the first session, part 1. Part 2 is designed to help take action, supported by structure and accountability. Each session, is 3 hours long. You're encouraged to begin part 2 during or immediately after part 1. And you may attend as many times as you like during your 120 days of the option. Okay. So success leaves clues. I think Anthony Robbins said that. So we are on page 15 now. So we're here to accelerate your career breakthrough using our proven models and systems. So even though real estate might be new to you, there have been tons of agents who have came before you and paved the way. So there's no need to reinvent the wheel. KW is a company built on proven systems and models. So Breakthrough 120 is designed around the proven models of top agents that followed with client success. So when you're finished with Breakthrough 120, you will have built out a proven model to build your business with people who want to buy and sell. So what is a model? It's simply a framework, template, or example that guides how we act, think, and solve problems, usually because it's been proven to work. So the proven models you'll learn in Breakthrough 120 are the same ones successful agents have used to build big, sustainable businesses. We're not giving you scaled down versions for small success. We're equipping you with the models that work at every level. So if we look at the graph here on page 15 or on the presentation chart, we see that small models are going to yield small reward, right? But if we focus on bigger models, those come bigger rewards. And so when I think of that, I think of basically building businesses that you can scale and create systems and models in place, right? If you know how to do one thing well and communicate with clients, build a database, serve them at a high level, you can essentially scale that up into what I think we all at some level are striving to be, which is, a millionaire real estate agent, right? That's essentially a 7th level real estate agent that has built a team around them that they can scale and serve clients at a very high level. But you can't do that by having small models. So you've got to get big models to get big rewards. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So a small model, it could be kind of as we're talking about, moving from entrepreneurial to purposeful. You might have a small system to facilitate or serve clients that's maybe a little, I wouldn't say haphazardly, but you don't have maybe like an intake form, like for this is the top of my head, right? So TCG, we pretty much have a process for everything for the client, from the appointment to post appointment and then throughout the transaction and so forth. So it's a duplicable process. A smaller version of that might just be you sometimes send out information when you think of it. Like you don't have an SOP or what's that? Standard operating procedure. Basically, if Annie the agent left what's my business continuity plan? That's what I think of when I think of models and systems like, hey, if I were to step out, could this continue, could this machine run? You do that if you by documenting and having systems in place, then training other people so that you're on vacation, you're sick, you know, the business can carry on. Yep. So many of the big models come from one of the most influential real estate books of all time, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, written by our founder, Gary Keller, and others. So as you learn and apply these models, think of them as the foundation for building your own millionaire real estate business. And then also on page 15, if you're following along in the black box, there's KWIQ. So KWIQ is in command. You can basically ask questions and prompts. And we're going to go into more detail as we get through this material, but that's just another added resource that we can get. So page 17 now, is everyone kind of familiar with the 80-20 principle, rule, Pareto's principle? Yeah, so the 80-20 principle is kind of the model foundation of Keller Williams and your real estate career. It's backed by lots of research, shows us that 20% of our actions lead to 80% of our results. It may be one of the most powerful principles you can apply to your life. It's basically about getting the most from your time and effort and maximizing your results. You'll sometimes hear the 20% activities described as big rocks or your one thing or your dollar productive activities. What would you as a real estate agent guess is the most dollar productive activity?
Generation?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I was waiting for someone to say it. That's right. It's lead generation. It'll never change, right? So when you commit to this, you'll make more money, have more time with your family, and be more organized. So what is lead gen? It's the process of finding people who might want to buy or sell a home and starting or deepening a relationship with them. And that's what we're going to help you do in Breakthrough 120. To succeed in real estate, you have to be in relationship with people. Breakthrough 120 will help you by teaching you how to talk to these people you know, how to meet new people to talk about real estate with. Through these conversations, you'll find buyers and sellers. As we're looking at page 17, are any ahas, or just from this whole section? It's okay, Tom. Moving right along to page 21. So, as we mentioned, every session will follow the same structure, right? We're going to cover our objectives for the course. We'll get into mindset, the skills you need to build a big business, the habits to build the success, and you'll have the opportunity to work on these skills. So everything we cover in Breakthrough 120 is part of your 20% efforts that will have the largest impacts on your business. So in session 1, we are going to focus on the most important element of your business, which is the database. Your database is where you keep track of the relationships that fuel your business. We're going to focus on the most important group of people in your database and how to keep developing relationships with them. So by the end of this session, Breakthrough 120, you're going to be able to create your database, expand your SOI or sphere of influence, and then practice conversations with your SOI in your daily role play. So that's where we're at for today. All right. Let's do a mindset moment. And this is kind of, as I was alluding to a little earlier, Donna, with fears. So let's start with your mindset. Adopting the right perspective is the first step to learning new skills. How many of you experience building your database or talking to friends about becoming clients? Yep. So when we talk about real estate, sometimes it comes apprehension and excitement. So every session, we're going to dig deeper into our fears, especially as they relate to our topic, and we're going to learn more strategies to face and overcome those fears. The goal is not to ignore or dismiss our fears, but to understand them so we can move through them with confidence. It may bring you comfort to know that not all fears are created equally. When you first think of fear, you might think of primal fears, such as being chased by a lion. Primal fear is instinctual and rooted in biology. It's a bodily response to danger. But here's the tricky part. Your body doesn't know the difference between running from a lion and calling someone about real estate. Both can feel intense because your nervous system may react the same way. So understanding this can help shift your perspective. And so most of the fear we feel in business isn't real danger, but it feels that way, right? So if you can move through that fear, you can build an amazing business and life. And remember, a lion isn't actually chasing you. So we likely won't experience much primal fear in business. So let's take a closer look at two main types of fear we might actually encounter: rational and irrational. So rational fear is based on real circumstances. So this is an example of managing my schedule will be challenging and I may not have a work-life balance. This is a rational fear because it's based on real circumstances. An irrational fear is a fear of something bad happening where there's either no or a low probability of it occurring. So an example of that might be no one is ever going to want to buy a real estate from me. This is an irrational fear because it's not based in reality. What are some fears that we might have about our careers or new careers in real estate? So on page 23, what is that?
Thanks, bud.
Oh, yeah. Just by line, on the page, top of page 23, you got the rational, irrational fears. So let's take a couple minutes to write down that whatever fears you may have about your career in real estate or in state. Unless you're a sociopath, I expect you all to be right.
Look, I'm not right.
Um, I guess I was just thinking that for like I think. Just like to hear some other people's opinions about. This, I think this ties into the 80-20 thing too, but one of the things that I struggle with is. Balancing what's important to do with what feels urgent.
Yep.
To do.
Yep.
And I guess I wonder, if some of that urgency is. Fear based or. I guess how to balance that better.
Okay. So would you agree some things can be important but not urgent? For example,
What would that be?
well, for example, you're supposed to reach in 9:30 to 11:30. But it's 10 o'clock, you know, it says you basically do. Is there anything you can change? You know, by stopping each and trying to put out that fire? It's important,
Is it a fire?
well, that's what I'm, yeah,
Right, well, I mean,
it's. It's important, but it's not urgent, if that makes sense. The appraisal issue is still gonna be the problem 2 hours later, right?
but
or-
that's a good example, actually, and sorry to,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, that's a good example because. The appraisal is on a timeline, whereas lead gen is supposed to be something that's a habit of the
Yeah.
every day.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good one, but where, I mean, I would think that I would start working on that. Appraisal.
I think most of us would, because, right, we see that email, we see that anytime someone emails you, texts, calls. It's a request from them for your time, right? That's just what it is. I mean, everyone wants a piece of you and your time and your energy and your expertise. That's why in the one thing in 6 personal perspectives that Jennifer and I teach, you know, time blocking, creating your fortress where like you are uninterrupted is paramount, because the whole day could get hijacked. Inspection issues, like there's still gonna be issues 3-4 hours later in the day. But what we do in the morning with lead generation is cultivating and building our business and finding new business, right? I always liken it to client acquisition in the morning and then servicing in the afternoon and the evening. Right? Most people can be available for appointments, for showings. So does that kind of help?
I think, but it's also, I mean, I'm sure that's something that. People figure out with time too,
Yeah.
you know, with more experience, but.
Yeah.
I guess it would just be nice to hear some perspectives on how people. Delineate between those, you know, if there's. Questions that you can ask yourself to. Better determine what's urgent. I mean, I think that.
Yeah.
With that example, that's, and really, it's at least.
Well, and I'll let other people speak before. I'll just most like co-op agents, right? They're gonna make it seem like it's the most important thing. That's just their nature, how they deliver the news, right? Your buyers, your sellers, of course, it's, you know, it's our job to calm them down, but they're gonna make it seem like it's very important. It's us as the fiduciaries, right, to like maintain that calm, level-mindedness, empathize with what's going on, but. You know, I think people respect when you have like your lead generation time block, that's an appointment, right? That's an appointment with yourself, with your team, if you're on one. Annie, I'm sure with your productivity student, your folks, like that's an appointment. You know, if I'm trying to reach a lawyer or a doctor, they're an appointment, like I can't reach them, well, that's, I gotta respect that, right? So I think the more ruthless you are with your time blocking and your schedule, people respect that. But yeah, does anyone have any suggestions, input?
I would say early on, I used to let clients like. Many times, like they would set late showing time, I was so eager to
Yeah.
like please them, to like want them to like just be so happy with me, like. Knowing all the things and like being there, and I was excited too, but like. Oh, sure, I can go in 30 minutes, or yeah, I can, like, I would just drop whatever and go and do that, and like now, 6 years in, I'm like. I look at my schedule and I'm like, this is when I can go. And it's not that I don't have urgency for them, I'm like, I have a life. And I think Annie pointed that out to me a long time ago, it's like, you need to tell them, like, you need to control from the beginning.
Yep.
You can't let them run, you know. You need to let them know you're in control, that you are there for them, and that you can do all these things. And yes, there is some flexibility then that you have to do, because like, sometimes the house comes on the market and you need to get there. But, you know, if you're calling me at 10 o'clock at night and sending me a Zillow that you just found that popped up, and you're like, I can see this at 8 AM. Maybe I can, maybe I can't, or,
Yeah.
you know.
And I was thinking too, like, I mean, that kind of can come from the fear of like, I don't know, I feel like I hear all the time that. What people value the most in their realtor is somebody who's like responsive, right?
Yeah.
And so I think there's a fear as a new agent of not of disappointing them, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think, in my new experience, I clock out. I'm a total workaholic. I will work 24/7. I know this about myself. It has been a 10-year growth of not being a workaholic. So what I've kind of done is if I'm actively working with a client and we're texting throughout the day, I will like whatever, text a, hey, it's a great day, whatever, I'm clocking out. It's 8 PM, I'm clocking out. Or I won't be available from 6 PM onward. You feel free to text me, I probably won't catch it. And everybody, so, I mean, all my clients so far have been like, thank you for letting me know. And, I mean, I had an offer this week on my listing, she told me at 9:30 at night, and I was like, knock yourself out, clients out of town, extend it, she wanted to have a 10 AM. Deadline, and I was like, so that's not gonna happen. I got the offer at 11:30 at night. I read it, 1:30 in the morning, and I was like. That's fun for you.
I think this all starts with setting expectations for your buyer
Yeah.
consultation.
Yep.
I, in my buyer's consultation, like, I'm motivated. One of my biggest motivators is the desire to not disappoint people. I don't necessarily consider that a bad thing. Most people would tell you that's a bad way to be motivated, but for me, it's just not a bad thing, okay? Because it is who I am.
Yeah.
But, I figured out a long time ago, if I just set the expectation up front. I told my clients, I'm like, listen, if I am in the middle of something, like, of course, I'm gonna get back to you as soon as possible. So if I am in the middle of whatever my appointment is with myself, like, I'll just text them, like, they call me, they text me, like, I'll get back to you. That's super easy text to send, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to answer their 3-page question right away. I will, but if I feel like if I just text them, like, hey, I'll get back to you in a little bit, that's enough. Because I've already set that expectation up front.
For people pleasers by nature a little bit, video service industry, where you have to like make you like put full money, but this is the most amount of money anyone's gonna spend on something, like I take that very seriously, I say that in my point, but yeah.
Additionally, I just give them my hours, I tell them, I'm like, I'm like a grandma, I go to bed at like 8:45.
Yeah.
I mean, you can text me after that, that's fine, just know that I will respond to you at 4:15.
When you finally, when you finally don't respond, like, to that, and like, you do it, you said, like, you feel good, you're like. And then they're like, oh, like, sorry, I texted you so late, I was just up and whatever, and I go, it's okay, I got back to you when I could, like, and it kind of like relieves some of that fear,
Those
But it-
boundaries are good for both of you.
yeah. It just kind of like. Comes down a little bit, but yeah, I feel that all the time, especially with new clients that I aren't, like, that I've people I've known or know, like, that, like, I just met you. That want to like really get them excited about you and impressed, it's hard to like balance.
Did you say, what did you just say?
Boundaries.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, it's just like parenting. Children feel very safe when there are boundaries, good or bad in their eyes, but when you set a boundary in parenting. It makes them feel safe, and it's the same way I think in any relationship that you have. Like, that they just feel safer knowing the boundary.
I
So,
really like it, that happens, I mean, if it happens after 9 o'clock, well, it's not getting solved tonight.
No.
You know what I mean?
Title company's not open, lender's not working, even if they're working, yeah.
But I think setting the expectation, like, day one when you meet them is helpful because you can remind them.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so we are looking on page 25 now, so let's go ahead, now that we've written down some fears. On page 23, let's go ahead and categorize them into whether they fall into rational or irrational. So our goal in categorizing these fears isn't to make you feel bad or silly. Categorizing helps us understand the type of fear it is so that we can address it. Understanding our fears is important. It helps us better see how holding onto them can make our lives and careers unnecessarily small, much smaller than it could be without those fears. So let's just take a couple minutes to categorize that. Would anyone like to share any of their fears to categorize, either rational or irrational?
All my fears are irrational.
I think so. I think that's part of our people. Yeah.
I'll share.
Okay.
Irrational is I won't be able to sell enough houses to make it true living.
Okay.
And I definitely like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna be able to be successful, and then I only give myself about 30 seconds to feel that way.
Yep.
That's a Tony Robbins thing, I
Yep.
think.
Yeah.
And then I just go, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've never not been successful in my whole life.
Yeah.
And then I go forward.
Okay,
But
perfect.
it's definitely like, it's not like I don't think that way,
Yeah.
you know, I
Yeah,
just
sure.
don't let it control me.
Yeah. I love
This
that.
emotions controlling you, it's like, no bueno. That's a Warren Buffett thing.
Yeah, dropping all kinds of nuggets. Yeah, thanks, Kendall. Donna.
So all of my fears are truly irrational.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know this is gonna sound so silly, but early on in my career, I was highly successful. And that put a wedge between me and my marriage with my husband. So now, an irrational fear I have, because I was, oh, I make more money than you, I'm the breadwinner, you can't tell me what to do, this is my money, this is my business. And so I have a true irrational fear of success, because I don't want anything to come in between that.
Yep.
And, I gotta get past that, because. I mean, we even became a real estate team to kind of get me past that.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
go so well either, so, but, it's the fear of money, and I know those of you that know me are gonna be like, that's not even possible that you would have that mindset. But I did until I had, until I came out with cancer, and that changed everything. But, I think I have that mental block of, okay, if I make more than this each month, then I'm gonna go right back into that mindset.
Yeah.
And I don't-
Yeah.
So, that's just one of my irrational fears, I know, but
Okay. No, thanks for,
for sharing something with the person.
no, that's why that's why,
The fear of success is really what I wrote down, and
Yeah.
that's why.
yeah,
Of that.
I can relate to that. I was a restaurant manager for like 20 years and I know that business inside and out. And like, while they correlate and do so well, like. There wasn't anything I couldn't do in the restaurant. And like, I don't feel like I can't do any of this, but I still like, I'll catch myself all the time, like. Imposter syndrome, right? Like, oh, I've studied all the things. I know the contract in and out. I know how to navigate that. I don't, boast or that I know things that I don't. I go to the people that I know I should when I need to ask questions. But then you still feel like sheepish sometimes, or like, man, I don't, maybe I don't know. What's that, like, or that caught me for a loop, or like, someone will ask you a question and you're like. Oh, that's a new one, and you just kind of get down, or like a deal falls apart that was so easy all the way through, and then all of a sudden it's not, and things go, so I feel that.
I heard a definition of a professional, it might have been actually on. A real estate agent podcast or something, but. They were saying like. Definition of a professional isn't, and I think this is good for like new agents to hear, but like. Definition of a professional isn't somebody who knows everything. So you don't have to act like you know everything, definition is. Or you can define it as. Someone who. Is willing to do the work, they may know a lot, but they're willing to go say. No. I can go find out, or I don't know that, or not sure, I'll go find out.
Yeah, we as a human species just, I don't know, we just don't want to look stupid or like we don't know the answer. Whereas, especially people who have a high BS detector, like, I don't know, but yeah, I'm not considering myself a professional, but I'm the same way, like, if I don't know something. You know, and especially us as realtors, right? We are, like, we're kind of the gooey Oreo cream in the middle, right? We hold a lot of this stuff together, like we connect. We know contractors, appraisers, lenders, title, like, but we don't specialize in those areas. So if someone, asks a more nuanced, technical, specific question, like. Chris, it's a great question. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I don't want to give you bad information. You know, give me about, a couple hours, I'll get in contact with someone who does know that, and then I'll report back to you, right? And then it's the age-old Brian Tracy adage, tell them what you're gonna do. Do it, and then tell them what you did. And that kind of goes back to setting expectations and future facing, right? But yeah, that's a good point, Chris. Just when in doubt, check it out, right? Find out from someone who does. Awesome. So continuing on page 25 now, I'm sorry. Going back, pardon me, 27. So have any of these fears come up for anyone? You may have a fear not knowing enough to run a successful real estate business. You can overcome this fear by remembering that every real estate agent started where you are. Be learning based and ask questions. Being learning based means being open to consistently learning new skills and habits. You may have a fear of talking to people about real estate. With practice, you will notice that each interaction gets easier. Or you may have a fear of not knowing what you're supposed to be doing or how to use your time. You can overcome this fear by identifying and focusing on a high impact activity like lead generation, which makes up your 20%. There's a multitude of tools you can use to stay organized and accountable. So these fears should not stop you. There's two approaches to facing fears, avoidance or confrontation. While avoidance can be appealing as it provides immediate relief, it can make the fear stronger by reinforcing it. Confronting the fears might feel uncomfortable in the moment, but it builds lasting confidence and sharpens your abilities. One way to confront your fears is by seeking outside support, right? You aren't alone. The other agents at Breakthrough 120 are part of your cohort, here to learn and grow with you. So any question that you have is likely shared by others in the same position. So this doesn't take a minute to introduce yourself to the person next to you. Does everyone kind of know each other for the most part? Yeah. And I'll even, for accountability, I'll put my phone number on the board in case anyone ever wants to reach out. Would you say, Kendall, I'm pretty accessible?
Oh my God, I love you so much. I can't even tell you.
I didn't plan her or pay her to say that, promise.
I was just gonna say, I have all these fears of like, oh, I'm gonna mess this up, imposter, I'm not gonna be successful enough, all these things. And of course, I know you feel those things. And I'm somebody that I feel it, and then I just have to like move through it. Like, okay, we're gonna not think that way anymore, and then we're gonna reach out for help. And I would say building your arc, it's very important to do. And Doug is definitely in my arc.
Yeah.
Like last night, and I'm like, what's the math of these dates? I can't figure it out.
Yeah, it was what, Saturday night? We were talking at 9 o'clock, just over some contract stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So anytime, reach out. I mean, if anything, I'll always be available. Whether it's contracts or lead gen or whatever, just know that you can always reach out to me.
Just makes you think when you can have somebody kind of on your side or in your team, it makes you feel more confident in what you are doing.
Absolutely. And you've got Annie, you've got Lindsay, right? I mean, you've got great resources, but yeah, anytime, just reach out and that's, I mean, that's why we're here at KW, right? You know, we're not a cloud-based brokerage, we're not, you know, we may be individual agents, solo agents, but like collectively, we're part of KW. All right, lead generation model. So the lead gen model outlines the process of how leads become eventual clients. So let's talk through this model. So by the end of today, you'll understand that through prospecting and marketing, you'll generate leads. Leads are people who have expressed interest in a service or offering of yours from social media, other marketing platforms, your website, or word of mouth. You haven't established a relationship, and yet you have the right to have a one-way conversation with them. So that is to respond and begin to build a relationship. A lead becomes a contact when you have permission for now a two-way conversation. And so all of those contacts should be in your database. Contacts are the people you have a relationship with. They know you, you know them, and you have their permission to engage in communication. When someone is in your database, you'll continue to reach out to them to build your relationship. Over time, your contacts will have real estate needs, and then you'll be positioned to help them. That's when you'll start to set appointments. So for the rest of our time in Breakthrough 120, we're focusing on the top of the model where we create a database and fill it with leads and lead generation activities. We'll then use that database to follow up with the leads from our lead gen activities, and then we'll use that database to follow up with leads until they're about ready to buy or sell, which is when we have the appointments we've already heard about. Does that make sense? Okay. Page 31 now. So the most impactful action you can take is to create a successful business is building and using your database. The database holds your relationships, people you know, people you've met, leads you've captured, past clients, referrals, and even friends and family. Anyone who could buy, sell, or refer real estate business to you. It should include information about each contact, communication plans, follow-up systems, and tasks. Your database is your business. It's where you track your relationships you have with the people and stay connected with them until they're ready to buy or sell. The highest performing agents say their database is their top lead generation source. You'll soon learn why this is. Can anyone kind of have a volunteer read if they've got their manual? I don't think it's on the actual slides. But the agent success story of Gary Keller on the bottom of page 31. Be a volunteer to read?
Oh, I'll read it.
Okay, yeah, I'm
That's
sorry.
what you want.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's down here in the orange?
Yes,
Okay. When Gary Keller, founder of Keller Williams, started in real estate, he sold 6 homes in his first month. Then the market shifted. 5 months passed without a sale. He was broke. While he was visiting home, his father questioned if he was even working. Gary proved it by showing his box of contact cards and notes about each person. Impressed, his father loaned him $500. Gary returned to Austin, sold a home, and finished the year as Rookie of the Year. His comeback wasn't luck, it was his database. Long before CRMs, Gary used a simple box of index cards, tracking every contact, note, and follow-up. He worked it daily and treated it as his most valuable asset. That little box became the foundation of Keller Williams, now the largest independently owned real estate brokerage in North America. Gary's story proves that a consistently nurtured database will carry you through slow markets, fuel your growth, and build the career dream.
Awesome, thank you. So the big, what jumped out to me in that is he had started to use, although more of a crude CRM, a client or a customer relationship management tool. In this case, it was index cards, sticky notes, things like that. So if Gary could start doing that, build the largest real estate brokerage in North America, right, on index cards, now that we're in 2026, it's kind of imperative that we have a database system that, I would advocate for Command or these other online databases. I would kind of err away from the days of the spreadsheets now, just because with KW, we all get command, we all get, this technology we can leverage, you keep our database organized. It'll help you run a much more efficient business model. Does that make sense? Okay. Awesome. So now we'll kind of talk about money a little bit. So we're on page 33. So why is your database so important to your real estate career? Because people you do business with, those who know, like, and trust, and working your database puts you in that known, like, and trusted position. So great news. You have a head start on building your database, your cell phone contacts list. According to the book, Rookie Real Estate Agent, when we look at US housing research conducted by NAR, National Association of Realtors, we note two key home buying stats. First, on average, about 65% of households own their own home. Second, people tend to buy and sell about every 10 years. That means for the people in your database, only 6 or 7% will be buying or selling in any given year. So this means roughly 6% of the people you know will have a moving experience this year. So what does this mean for you? If you look at the total number of phone contacts, so for Android, that number of contacts is at the top of your contacts list. For iOS, it's going to be at the bottom of your contacts list. That'll have your total contacts. So multiply the total number of contacts in your phone by 0.06. I'm going to look this up and we can work through this together here in a second. So this is the approximate number of transactions currently living in your database. Now multiply that by your expected commission. That's the income opportunity you have for the year based on the number of people you already know. So by and large, there are two strategies for agents in their first year. I have enough people in my database to get the number of clients I need to reach my goals. The primary strategy for that is to love on your database. If you're under the other umbrella, I don't have enough people in my database to meet my goals. The primary strategy for that is to meet and connect with new people and to add them into your database. So let's take a minute or two right now to write down your primary database strategy in your participant guide based on the number you've calculated. So we're on page 33, right? And I can walk, if someone needs, or if anyone needs help, we can walk this through kind of the math or how we get about working through this activity. That makes sense.
What is our expected commission in this?
So I get that.
I've heard I heard 9.
Oh yeah, I've got 9,000. I
Okay.
took the, what is that, median sales? I think I just made 300,000 even. And I'll write that.
And that's what I did too, was
Yeah.
did that and then I split and that type of thing, just to make sure, because if 9,000 is the average commission, we don't wanna,
Yeah,
you're not getting that full.
yeah. So yeah,
So you.
does everyone understand what Jennifer? So Jennifer took the more nuanced, detailed approach and like actually applied with splits. Yeah, yeah. No. So I did 100 contacts, right, for that first box. And then times 0.06. And then multiply that number by the commission you can reasonably expect in the market. Again, I think a lot of us kind of use the median price of 9,000. So we take 9,000 times 6. So. Sorry. So this, again, this is all commission negotiable. This is just a rough GCI or gross commission income figure.
And again, I think a lot of us have more than 100 contacts. Plus, 6% is pretty conservative. I know some agents at the Chabris Group, like Ethan, Jamar, they push 8, 9, 10% conversion. So, because most of their business is sphere of influence generated. So that's kind of, I think, a pretty conservative figure on your database.
Wait, so, but I think what, and maybe you were saying this, Jennifer, but isn't that's the whole 3%?
Yes, this is assuming a 3% commission with a median sales price of 300,000. Yeah, I just
Without split.
without the split, correct, yeah. So some of us are individual agents, some of us are team agents. This is just to give you the framework of like how to come up with, the most important thing is the understanding your database, how many people are in there, your conversion rate, which is about 6%, probably higher. And then you can, that's why tracking your numbers is important. If you work on more of a higher end or luxury market, like that median sales price, that might be closer to 12, 15,000. If you charge more or less than 3%, we have some agents that do at TCG that do charge more than 3%. This is your business plan, right? So it's up to you what you charge and what kind of market you're working. Does anyone have any questions on that? Is the final dollar amount you calculated higher or lower than you would have thought? Right on. Higher, okay.
It is higher, that's like what I was talking about, like I have over 1,000 names in my database.
Yep.
I don't know all those people.
Sure.
I mean, like a lot of that, so that's overwhelming to me.
Yes.
That number's huge, that'd be amazing to
Yeah.
make that kind of money and whatever. Is it reality? Like, maybe not, like, but how do I get to that point where I'm touching the right people? and
Yep.
stuff? So that's why being here is so important for me.
Yeah, great. I love that. Yeah, anybody else? Higher, lower? Are we sad? Are we happy?
I'm kind of sad, but
Okay.
not
Yeah.
defeated,
Sure.
in that way, but. So I looked at my database and I'm like, I want to put new people in my database. Period.
Yeah.
I am sick of some of the people in my. I don't.
Yeah.
So if I go door knock, like to me, at first door knocking, this was the most dreadful thing, but now I'm like. Compared to like reaching out to those people, I would rather go door knock
Yeah,
by far, all over town,
Yeah.
any town, I don't care.
I love
will
that.
door knock. But, and then also joining different organizations,
Yes.
getting to know new people at this new point in my life
Yeah.
and not from, the me that people knew for 20 years.
Yeah.
Little timid, shy, wouldn't speak up, forget that person. I want to meet new people.
yeah, it's such an interesting point. You are at a, we'll call it a serendipitous juncture, but you're at a point where like, yeah, you can weed out and not work with, and you can kind of audit your contact list and like weed out those people. And like you said, grow your database to kind of strategy too. Yes, still cultivate the people you want to work with in your current database, but yeah, go out and meet new people and decide who you want to work with. So I love that. Yeah, I love that perspective. Because I'm on fire. Yeah, anybody else before we move on to the next page? Yeah, oh, sorry, Kendall, yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, where are you? Like, my numbers are ridiculous. High, ridiculously high.
Okay.
And I'm like, where are they?
Yeah.
If this is the math,
That's what
the
I-
math
I'm
is
saying.
not mapping, right? Where are they? And I would say it's not like I don't reach out.
Yeah.
And when I do reach out. All conversations eventually go to real estate, but it's not my style to be like, hey, would you like to buy or sell a house, or do you know somebody who does?
Yeah.
Like, I'm more like, hey, what do you do for vacation? But like, I am a natural, just relationship.
Sure.
And then inevitably they're like, how's real estate?
Yeah.
But I'm like, I shouldn't have any fears about not being able to make a true living.
Yeah.
But where are they?
Well, and how long have you been licensed for?
Just over a year.
Okay. So I think so some of the OGs like Annie, Donna, and when I say OG, like, would you ladies agree that it takes some time for, and how long have you been licensed?
Well, I'm in my 6th year, but I
Okay.
think that's where like the disconnect has come through, like I have all these names and like it's from like. I live in Anderson, so like it's mostly that area.
Yeah.
But like. I was never good at putting them in the categories, like I have like, obviously like my kids soccer team and like PTA and like a few things,
Sure.
and then like the people I know, but then the rest of them are just. Names I've cultivated from learning that, so like how do I make it so it's not just, hey, real estate agent in Cincinnati, how are you doing? You
Yeah.
know, like how do we like bridge that gap, so I'm not just another. Ad that comes through, another email that
Yeah.
comes through, another thing, like, and everyone's like, be the neighborhood expert, do all this stuff, well, yeah, but I'm also going up against the Curtains and Bruce Center, and all these like other
Yeah.
big names and stuff. And so it's hard to like filter yourself through all of that stuff and not feel cheesy about it.
Yeah, cheesy is saying with every home sold, you get to curtains.
Yes.
That's-
I hate that sign every time I pass by. It is, it's a huge billboard.
Yeah. So, it's so funny you mentioned that because actually today's episode, so the Millionaire Real Estate Agent podcast at 5:30, 5 a.m. every Monday releases. And today's episode was featuring an agent who actually really started leaning into and tapping into like the PTA and the school side of things, right? Because she has 3 boys, she loved the school system. Her struggle is she couldn't find enough time to physically be involved, so she just would donate $50 a transaction. Over however many years, she's now donated 25. She's basically built a playground. And so now she gets listening opportunities from teachers, from administrative staff. So yeah, things like that. Like, in where I was going with all of this was that, would you ladies agree that after a few years, you would probably see your trajectory kind of hockey stick in terms of like sphere reaching out, your established friends, colleagues, like, so your first year or two, it may take some time, even though you might have a number that seems a little, not astronomical, but like, where are these people? Like you said, it's just gonna take some time.
It is fucking astronomical.
Okay, yeah,
Like I would be overjoyed to make that number over 6 years.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like, it's
it's
ridiculous.
gonna take some time,
Okay.
right? If I wanna have a baby, I can't find 9 individual women and speed up the process into 1 month. Right, that's just not how it
I
works.
mean, some sex again, yeah.
So, right, there's a gestation period, right, about 9 months, so like things just naturally take time.
Also, like,
Don't find me.
said your fear is like feeling inauthentic.
Right.
Are you an inauthentic human being?
No, not at all, but I think I just like gets the best of me, like, and I do my best not to do that, because again, that it comes from being so confident in what I did before. And like, this is all super new, it's that, I think like I've come up a really long way, it's like. Something that, when I worked at Annie before, that they really pushed was really knowing the contracts, really doing that, and I really appreciated like learning the nuts and bolts of certain things, like. And really understanding how that goes, not being able to like discuss some of that stuff and kind of like. I'm fine with asking questions to anybody, I'm happy to be like, I don't know that, I'm gonna go to somebody else, I would much rather say that. But also just like wanting to have the knowledge base yourself, so that's why, I go over to more above on the CEs and like I try to do stuff, cause I'm trying to absorb as much of, there's so much
Yeah.
information all the time
Yeah.
for us. And I think with like where things are today and like the things, how they constantly change. I naturally get nervous with like some of the questions like about money and where we are going, and the interest rate, and I'm like, okay, here we go. Well, this opinion, you get like. You don't wanna offend anybody, and like it's so like PC in some parts and stuff, and you just kind of like, sometimes it shows up on it. So that's, for me, I'm trying to like relax a little bit more.
So
More genuine.
is your fear calling people and them asking you a question you don't know?
No, I think it's more like stating what I know is going on. And me hearing like them rebuttal me in a way that I can't defend again, or like having a debate that I can't really get into, or like can't manage my way out of. Or can't. I don't mind losing the high ground, I don't mind learning something, I don't mind someone like giving me a point, oh, that's interesting to think about, but.
Has that happened in the past?
Yeah, for sure, I definitely with some like
older gentlemen or like ladies. Who was, well, you know, I'm not like in this news time, like I showed like, hey, sorry, didn't mean to offend, or like, hey, this is just what I'm seeing and what I know, so.
What do you think you could do to help you not feel that way again?
Practice it, just do more of it, and just be more confident about it, just be like, hey, this is, I know what's going on, cause I have my finger on the button and I'm in the market every day, I'm the one who's. Seeing the trends and doing all this stuff, and you're entitled to your opinion, but you know. Not taking it so personal, I guess.
So it's a practice
I think so,
thing to help you get over the fear of.
yeah, I think so. I think just having more of those kinds of conversations that are more in-depth and not surface level.
Does practice seem like an easy thing or like a hard thing?
I think practice sounds better than like getting caught with my pants down. Or like, I'd rather like, yeah, practice it on you or Kendall or Celeste or something, you know, and just kind of have that. Somebody drill me a little bit on a question or two and like see how I respond, you know. Get all sweaty. Okay.
Why do I feel like developing a plan for practice? Does that seem like something you might be able to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, scripted, I mean, that's, so. Right, Peter Shabrini, right, who started brokerage and Shabrini Group, when he was in production. I don't know, selling 90 homes a year. First thing he would do would be scripting and role playing with a partner, actually two partners, 7:30 in the morning. And then he would go slam expires, FISBOs, canceled listings, like. You know, I always say you never want your clients to be the guinea pig, right? And it's important, I think, to be in a conducive environment where it's safe, it's structured, you have people like Annie. Or other participants where we can give feedback, and so that way, when you do hop on a call. Or get with a grumpy homeowner or whomever, yeah, you can not sweat as much and feel more comfortable having that conversation. Yeah, awesome. Page 35, so now we're gonna start getting into the actual meat and potatoes of the database. So there's 3 steps to creating a successful database: building it, feeding it, and communicating with it. And so we will discuss each one in detail. So starting with building. So the first step is purposefully building your database. No matter where you currently store your contacts, in a spreadsheet or even in a box where you organize business cards, you need to build a clean and organized database. It's important to do this correctly from the beginning, so you're not having to go back and clean it up or correct it later. What's something else in your life that you prefer to start with a blank slate? Yeah.
Wait, ask that again?
What's something else in your life that you prefer to start with a blank slate?
I understand that.
Well, I'm recently divorced, so for me, it's a partner. I mean, all jokes aside, like it's,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's the new chance for, you know, different personalities, different meeting new people. I don't know, if you were moving, new city, new house and condo, like, you know, new style of living, even moving in of itself, right? You move to a new house, you can choose new colors, finishes, all of that. Building your database means adding to the people you already know, those contacts from your phone, to your selected contact management system, and making sure you have at least basic information about each of them. Contacts are the people you have a relationship with. They know you know them, and you have their permission to engage in communication with them. The first names to put in your database are your family, friends, coworkers, etc. Not everyone belongs in your database. If there is someone you do not want to talk to again, or who makes you uncomfortable, leave them out. Your database should be filled with people you know and like, and who know and like you. And honestly, I think that's important. I mean, because I've got a pretty, you know, quote unquote big database, but for me, it was more so I'd be worried if I left someone out. But it's like you said, I mean, there's just some people that they're never going to transact. They're just unpleasant. And even if they do transact, it's like, is it worth it? Like the price, like all the things, right?
So I've tried to get really. They're more ruthless at auditing my database every 3 or 4 months, just going through and like. Taking an objective, like, is this person trash, right? Are they really good? Well, there's a stage in our CRM called trash, so. But truly, yeah, so that, you have a nice, clean, organized database. It makes your communication plans, it's cathartic too, just doing a purge and just, cleaning some of those people out. So there's a basic set of information. You should be gathering from each person, including, of course, the name, right? The cell phone number, email, address, past record of business, if any. And then there should be a notes section. So one send needs important dates such as birthdays, anniversaries, price point, and pre-approval status. What else may be good information to collect about your contacts?
Just like kids, married,
Birthday.
Yep.
Anniversaries.
Yeah.
what do they like,
Yeah,
where they want to live, where do they live,
for sure.
what their interests are.
Yep. For me, like. My dogs are my life, so like if someone were to reach out, like an agent or, and be able to. Speak intelligently about Michael and Victoria, my dogs, that, that would. Why does everyone laugh?
So there's some property.
Yeah. Yeah, that would go a long way with me, right? I would feel more in relationship with them.
So one of the things this doesn't really talk about.
Sure.
Is how to, I mean, maybe it does later, but it's how to have that conversation.
Yeah.
So, I mean. Calling people in your database. It says simply collect the contact information.
Yeah. So glad you brought that up. Isn't it about? We'll go over some of that. Yeah. Yeah. We'll start making calls. All right. Yeah, so we'll go over that, Chris. Damn teacher. All right, so page 39 we're on now. So now that we know what a database is, let's discuss the most important group of people in your database, your SOI or sphere of influence. So your SOI is made up of the people who know, like, and trust you, and therefore they are the people most likely to be your biggest source of new, repeat, and referral business. They're your biggest fans. Who would you consider to be part of your sphere of influence? Well, page 39. Let's take 2 to 3 minutes and list out as many of our SOI as we can jot down. So it's the people who know, like, and trust you. And most likely going to be the biggest source of new, repeat, and referral business. Basically your raving fans.
So we're actually writing down your name.
Yes, if you on page, yeah.
They're making.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically. Oh. You can keep writing, I'm just gonna talk. So as a new agent, you will likely be connecting with your SOI the most as you build up your database. Someone from your SOI may even be your first real estate client. Letting your SOI know about your new careers, the first step to getting your support. We're going to have some conversations with our SOI today and practice how to share the news about your career while deepening these relationships. Keep in mind that the people in your sphere are most likely to want to help you. Come out and call them toxic. Give it 30 seconds and this should do the work. Awesome. Does everyone have a pretty solid list of their sphere, their SOI they wrote down? Okay. So we're on page 41 now. Try to get a volunteer to read the agent success story about Jordan Lewis.
Agent success.
Okay.
After moving from Miami to Dallas to be closer to family, Jordan Davis decided she wanted to become a great real estate agent after not being served well by her agent. She enrolled in Bold 2 months after getting her license, which helped her get a strong start in her business. Although she had no real estate experience, she had close ties with family and friends. She found people who were willing to give her referrals, who had real estate needs or questions, and who were willing to work with her because of what they knew about her and her character. In a brand new city, because Jordan was diligent about lead generation, she sold 17 homes in her first year. Jordan continued to foster relationships with her sphere of influence. In her second year, she sold 24 homes during her pregnancy with her second child. The growth in her business happened while she was on bed rest 4 months before her second child was born. She sold houses by relying on her agent network. As other agents did her showings, she helped them with their paperwork. One of the people she stayed in touch with consistently was the pastor who officiated her wedding.
Though he didn't have any immediate real estate needs when she first connected with him, he called a couple of years later when he did. At the closing table for the sale of his house, he asked if she could help his daughter, who recently graduated, find a job. His daughter then became an integral member of Jordan's team. Jordan's story shows up how nurturing relationships can build your business, not just by bringing in new and repeat clients, but by building a great team and professional network. Our team now sells over 250 units a year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any ahas? Anything stand out from that story?
It makes me feel better.
Yes.
You know, just knowing that you can grow from the people you feel most comfortable with.
For sure. I think, yeah, most people would want to transact with you and support you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
I've learned over the last couple of years how important it is to have great agent relationships. I have 2 other agents and other brokerages that send me buyers all the time because they don't like to be dual agents on their properties.
okay.
So like they constantly will like voicemail me, like, here's somebody who wants to see this listing.
Yeah.
Like, because the transaction that we had together went so smoothly and so well that they send me that. So like,
Yeah.
I want to nurture that. I want them to keep sending me that. Like, they're very busy and I'm not as busy. So like anything they would like,
Yeah,
here we go. Even if it doesn't pan out, like, it's super nice that I'm at the top of the list of like, well, hey, I'm gonna send that to Tara.
yeah. That's actually pretty profound.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that can be overstated, agent relationships, because the reality is, right, there's about 6,500 agents in the greater Cincinnati area. There's a finite amount of us. There's a good chance we're gonna be transacting multiple times with agents. So, yeah, in your case, you've used it to foster a great inbound lead generation referral source.
Yeah.
Which I hadn't even really considered. I mean, mostly at KW, right, when we talk about having a good relationship with the co-op, it's to, bring them into KW and build your downline, your profit share, but, no, I had never considered that.
Yeah.
Wow,
So one's at Remax and one's over at Coldwell Banker, but we just had we had a great time. The transaction went really well in the 2 that we did with each other, and like they just send them to me, and like I think they have like a little short list of people that they've enjoyed working with, and they
Yeah.
send it. And I'm so honored, and like I'm always like, thank you.
Yeah.
That's so great. Like I feel really awesome about that.
Good.
So I try to like really keep fostering that with every agent I
Yeah.
come across. With like, hey, it's really like, wow, like we're in this together.
for sure, right? I mean, nobody wins if there's a huge ego match, and yeah, I agree. I would agree with that. So we're gonna start making phone calls later in the session. So Bold, has anyone taken Bold before? Yep, yeah. Don,
I've heard it times.
really? Yeah, okay. Business Objective, Life by Doug, Life by Design. Yeah, so what was your experience been? I know 13 times, you're probably looking at multiple different instructors.
I was an advisor.
Yeah, okay. Overall, would you say it was a pretty good experience?
Yeah. The only thing I didn't care about was making all the calls in the same day. Couple hundred people.
Yeah,
Right, wow.
that's always
So
the
it's,
trickiest. Yeah.
Authentic was the word.
Yeah.
Today,
Yep.
But other than that, I thought it was.
Okay. Yeah. Is everyone familiar with what Bold is? Yeah. So Business Objective Life by Design, it's a course usually around Q3-ish, so around October. To really get you into jumpstart into production so that your Q4 and your Q1 pipeline is super solid and strong. So you really start, hitting the phones, getting in relationship or getting back in relationship with people you may not have touched or missed over the last few months or years. That way, usually for most people, Q4, Q1 is typically their slowest time of the year. You start out with a full pipeline to hit, winter and spring, ahead of the curve instead of, I need to find business now. Because we know in real estate, right, all of our activities are lead indicators that will show up in our bank account 30, 60, 90 days. So yeah, I had a good experience when I took it. I think I added 6 new pieces of business within the 7-week time period. So for me, it was positive. It was good. So yeah, when that comes around, I would recommend you to take it.
The gold 100 songs.
The Bold 100, yeah, that's where you make 100 contacts in a day. Yeah, yep. And then, yeah, Millionaire Real Estate Podcast. I would urge you all to subscribe to that as well. You can go to Millionaire Real Estate. Millionaire Real Estate. millionaireagentpodcast.com, excuse me, to subscribe. Again, they come out every Monday. They're good stuff. Peter actually was interviewed a couple months ago by Jason Abrams, so that was really cool. But yeah, Jason Abrams interviews top agents and teams across the whole country. And in like 30-40 minutes, unpacks all of their models and systems and just gives it to you. And then on Thursdays, they release a 1-page breakdown of the show notes so that you can like take nice chunk size, bits and pieces from it. So it's good. Awesome. Okay, so we are on page 43. So now we're actually gonna take a few minutes to build our database. Does everyone here have Command or a online CRM client relationship management tool they're using in the room? Don, I know Donna showed, Chris showed, Travis, everyone. Okay. The reason I ask is because it says if you don't, I'm going to provide you a spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet. Surprise. So yeah, Rolodex, yeah. Okay. So the first step in building a database is adding contacts to it. So look at your phone contacts and choose 5 people you know, like, and trust you to be the first additions to your database. So one by one, this is an activity. So we're going to add each contact either in Command or whichever online CRM tool you're using. So if you're in Command, don't worry about the tasks or smart plans columns. We're going to learn more about them in later sessions. All we are filling out right now is your contact information for your leads. And so when you make your calls, you'll also fill out the notes and date fields. So you'll have a record of what you talked about, the outcome of the conversation, and anything you'll want to follow up on. So there's going to be 6 possible outcomes from the conversations, and that should be a first part of the note when you call. You may have had a conversation, a real estate conversation, left a voicemail, texted without reply, gotten a referral, or set a buyer-seller appointment. Any two-way exchange via phone call or text counts as either a conversation or real estate conversation. So let's do that now. And again, we're not making calls right now. What we're doing is just getting into the band or whichever software you have. We're adding 5 people who know, like, and trust you into your CRM. And filling out as much of the information that you have about them. Name, phone number, email, address, all of that information. Does anyone have any questions?
My only question is, this is just aside, maybe is, I'm not a caller. I will text people all day long.
Yeah.
First.
Uh-huh.
To say like, hey, are you around?
Yeah.
But I do not initially call. When you talk about like making calls, can it be also interpreted as just making contacts?
It can. I mean, I think in an era now where we're approaching just much more disconnectedness, I think people crave, ear to ear, actual hearing your voice, especially your voice, your personality, right? It's very warm, like it's inviting.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, yes, we are in 2026 and a lot more people do text. Just about important stuff, I think hearing someone's tone, checking in on someone, I don't think, and that's where, again, we as agents, AI can't really, feel out the nervousness of someone, the anxiety, feel out someone's emotions. if you have to text or if your demographic and people you're talking to just, they won't pick up the phone, sure, it'll still count as a conversation. But yeah, ideally phone calls. That's the way to go. But I get it. Text.
Is there a slide of the point that you, the points that you just said?
Probably just this one, Donna, where it says, we're adding. Yeah, this kind of just sums it all up. Basically, so you'll be using FUB, follow up boss. Yeah, just adding 5 people that's as you would normally do with the office, all the information when you're putting in a new lead. few minutes. Is everyone added at least a few? Your 5 contacts into Command or whichever CRM you're using? Yep. All right, now we move on to feeding the database. So when you have your database established, which we will do in this course, second step is to continually feed it with new leads. Leads are new people you add to your database through your lead generation activities. They have expressed interest in a service or offering of yours from social media, other marketing platforms, your website, or word of mouth. You haven't established a relationship, and yet you have the right to have a one-way conversation with them. That is to respond and begin to build a new relationship. Your database needs to grow every day for your business to grow. It grows through lead gen, which is your process of identifying and engaging potential clients who may be interested in your services. Lead gen is how we create opportunities from our connections and turn relationships into results. It's your 20% effort that brings 80% of your results. Feeding your database is what we're going to focus on for the rest of Breakthrough 120 Part 1. Okay, so page 47. So prospecting and marketing. If anyone has read both Shift as well as Promoting a Real Estate Agent, these concepts, Gary Keller kind of unpacks them and like the differences in those books. So lead generation methods can be classified as prospecting, marketing, or both prospecting and marketing. So prospecting is active and includes methods such as TCPA compliant quarterly calls, compliant text outreach, apartment canvassing, networking, and door knocking. We'll talk more about the TCPA later in the session. Marketing is passive and indirect and includes online advertising, offline advertising, mail, flyers, newsletters, and blogs, in vlogs or video logs. The lead generation methods that are both prospecting and marketing include open houses, seminars, community events, social media, and email. Although both prospecting and marketing are important in your lead generation efforts, it is the best practice to generate leads through a prospecting-based and marketing-enhanced approach. This is because marketing is money-intensive and passive, and results typically occur over long periods of time. On the other hand, while prospecting is time-intensive, it is also proactive and usually brings immediate results. The market, your preferences, your budget, and your goals will usually dictate the type of lead generations you employ. No single approach or method will bring you all the leads you need to reach your goals. A blended approach works best. No matter your approach, you should always be offering some form of value in exchange for information. That information is what you need to continue the relationship. So, does anyone here have any examples of kind of the lead generation, the prospecting, the marketing that they're doing right now?
I have a newsletter that I do. And a blog on my website.
Okay,
It's not a KW website, it's a Kendall Stoltz website.
that's okay.
And
Yep. Okay.
it's great.
Yeah.
Where a lot of my sphere leads come from.
Awesome. Yeah. Does anyone else do a newsletter or a website or anything kind of like that? Annie does? Yep. Yeah, I do too. I like newsletters because I send one out once a week. I don't know if is that. So when you start to actually build a pretty big database, I mean, let's just be honest, it can be very difficult to try and interact with everyone as consistently as you should. So the newsletter kind of re-puts you top of mind when you can't make those calls every day or every quarter. So I like newsletters. That's just me. Anyone else? Different prospecting or marketing tactics they're using? Yeah,
Actually, paying for.
you're paying for one? Okay, yeah. So tell me more about that. What is that?
It's I use the high level,
Okay,
it's real estate, local real estate.
sure.
I mean, I have a lot of leads, but speaking with the lady that actually set it up, she was saying that, don't reach out, you don't have to reach out, she just said don't. Unless they turn into like a hot lava, but I have been reaching out just when I receive
Sure.
on my own.
Mhm.
I haven't gotten any leads yet,
Okay.
but there's like almost 60 leads in my phone from this local real estate leads.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the newsletter, what are you putting in?
So probably the three of us have three different opinions or content ideas. Me personally, I do a topic each week and I rotate it. So the first week of the month, this is just me. I do a market update of the month. So, stats, the housing supply. But I always write it myself, right? I think your sphere wants to hear from you, like your opinion, like here's the data, here's what I dug, think of the data. The second week I do a restaurant giveaway of the month where I'll feature a restaurant, and I always have my call to action for that one is, as always, reply back for a chance to win $100 gift card. So I do that. Now inevitably you'll get a lot of people who don't win, right? but they respond, they want to be answered. So what could you do? Take them out to lunch at that restaurant, build a relationship with them, right? The third week, I do a deal of the month where I feature something cool, like in Cincinnati. It might be a mid-century modern, might be an ultra modern home, might be a luxury home, might be a 20-acre horse farm, something kind of, unique. And then the fourth is real estate news of the month in Cincinnati. So a new development, update on the Brent Spence Bridge Corridor project. Just something new happening in Cincinnati.
And that's every month, pretty much the same things.
Yeah. And by knowing that like each week I know it's templated, right? So I just know I'm gonna have to change up the material, but I know what's going to go out.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, someone responded just last week. Westchester cellar, ranch, basement, like, it's a way for me to stay in touch with my people if I can't, prospect as actively as I should.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're being recorded.
yes,
I do mine a little more, like I have topics for the month, so like April, because it was like Earth Day. Earth Month or Earth Day Month or whatever it was, every thing I wrote was around how owning a home and what you can do for Earth Day. So like I did a lot of like gardening, recycling, upcycling projects, rehabbing, cool green spaces, activities that you could do in Cincinnati. I'm more, my newsletters are like relationship based with a sprinkle of real estate.
Okay.
I don't get into numbers because I don't like that. I'm more like, what color should you paint your front door for best curb appeal? And then I write a blog about it.
Okay.
So that's more my style. Annie, what is your?
Mine's similar to Doug's, like I send it every week, but I only write them once a month. That's, I think I'd rather just sit down and do it once a month. So I always one week, highlight a local business, everyone the River Cities, because that's what I know, it's like. And then some of them one of them is usually around like something that's going on, something fun going on around town. One of them is always about some like home maintenance kind of tip, because people don't maintain their homes as well as they should. I mean, as agents were like, oh my God, never clean this furnace, and you've lived here for 10 years, you've never changed the filter.
Right, yeah.
So one of them is around that, and then usually one of them is around, it's like a listing, whatever, that I have one on. Mine are really short, and I try to add, like Doug said, mine are just templated, so I have all the like neighborhoods in Northern Kentucky and all neighborhoods in Cincinnati that then connect to my website, whatever. Or they can just click on it and see like all the homes for sale in Bellevue, Kentucky, whatever. So I don't send out like newsletter, like a stats or whatever.
Yeah.
I never send that stuff out because I don't know where people live. I mean, I know where people live, but I know they live all over, and I sell in Ohio and Kentucky. So for me, I don't send out stats like that. But they can click on their neighborhood and like see what's for sale, what is sold.
So that newsletter generate, it just stays in touch with people.
I just put them, I just show up in their inbox
Okay.
Yeah.
every week.
So that, what Annie's describing, that's marketing, right? As opposed to prospecting, seeing a John DeCurtin's billboard, right? That's marketing, right? There's no active, it's not time intensive, right? It's an advertising essentially means. Prospecting, that is more direct. That's your door to door, that's your phone calls. That's more time intensive, but it should elicit a more immediate response, right? Donna, hey, it's Doug. Do you know anyone looking to sell or buy a house? Oh, you, great. Okay. Like, whereas marketing, it may take weeks or months from someone to respond to one of Andy's emails, like, oh my gosh, like I love that restaurant in Rivers, like, hey, by the way, we're thinking about selling, can we meet? Right?
Okay.
I've definitely done the newsletter, like they have like done more of like the local business,
Yeah.
highlight shelters, like things like that, to like get people going. And try to do it a little bit more neighborhood specific. I also have like door hangers that I put my card on, like, you know. And like write a personal message on the back, cause I don't mind door knocking, but sometimes like you just leaving like a little, like. On there, just, hey, I'm, you know, your local agent in the neighborhood, like, need sugar, you know,
Yeah.
like that.
Sure.
Let me know. Try to be a little bit more personal, like when I'm, you know, prospecting a neighborhood or something like that, some postcards.
Yes.
Or and like title companies will really help with that, like
Yeah.
we usually pay for it for you, which is great. Even like if you get like with a lender that you really like they will often do. Also, I try to find as many free resources as I possibly can. I don't mind paying for things, obviously, like I'll have to pay for stuff, but there's so many. People that are willing to like help you and like.
Yeah.
Pay for stuff, so take advantage of as much free advertising as you possibly can.
Yeah. I'm partnered with a lender on postcards and
Yeah.
in my neighborhood, and we're about. I will say this, for farming, geographical farming, it usually takes about 12 to 18 months to start seeing results. So I'm in about month. With my lender, like probably 9 where I live. And yeah, sure enough, someone saw me walking my dog Michael. He was walking and I asked him what his name was, and he said his name's Mike. I'm like, you are not gonna believe this. But yeah, because he recognized from my postcard. So yeah, he's gonna want to buy and sell, but it takes time for that to happen.
That's that can be a little discouraging, because I feel like that's such a long game. And
Yes.
I'm always trying to keep it in my mind, like whatever I do today, I'm gonna see 3 months down the line, 6 months
Yes.
down the line. So like whatever I'm doing today isn't going to happen today. Like I have to constantly say this mantra in my head. This is like for future time. Like 3 months down the way, I'm gonna be so happy I did all of this work today, because in 3 months, like this is gonna be great. In 6 months, this is gonna be great. And that's hard coming from like that restaurant industry where it's so just like
In your face.
task done, task done, task done, task done, you know, like that's something I always have struggled with. I like that dopamine rush of that instant reward. And the real estate is not that. So
Yeah.
finding the things that give you that rush and that dopamine feel is hard, but like once you find like some of the things that really work, stick with them and do them. Like that's all I can say. Like just keep that.
I mean, here's the thing, anything will work.
Yeah.
Anything will work if you do a consistent, do it long enough.
Yeah. Yeah, Don, were you gonna say something, Donna?
One of my favorite things regarding prospecting, and it could be marketing as well, as I buy several hundred boxes of Girl Scouts every year, and I take it to my house and not buy.
Yep, that's a great idea.
That's where I see a lot of referrals. And it also.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Here at the brokerage around, yeah, Thanksgiving time, usually the week before Thanksgiving.
Pies.
The pie pop buys, so. You know, you can deliver pies to people's houses, they can come into the brokerage, but yeah, that's another excellent idea, yep. So yeah, on page 47, there's just, you can go through those a little later, but those are all just different examples of prospecting, marketing, and then. Both activities, combining them. So the rule of 3. So even though you won't rely on a single source of lead generation, you aren't going to do all of them. We found that top agents typically focus their efforts on 3 lead sources. So, well, what are the advantages of focusing on 3 lead sources? Well, you can't and shouldn't do everything. When you try to, you burn out. Commit to mastering a few lead generation tactics, focusing primarily on prospecting early in your career. Having fewer sources of leads also lets you track your results more easily. If you find a method that doesn't work, you can change it out for another. So during Breakthrough 120, we will focus on these 3 lead generation sources: SOI, or sphere of influence, open houses, and social media. I believe Annie will be teaching social media later this week, and Patrick will be teaching open houses on Wednesday. We're talking about these specific lead sources because they're generally low cost and are top lead sources amongst the most successful agents. Remember, even the best agents with the biggest teams get most of their business from the top 3 sources they have perfected. Ultimately, the lead sources you choose to focus on should align with your interests and strengths. And this is, so this chart on page 49, right? It's just showing that. You know, for sure, after the first one. Results just tend to fall off precipitously. You know, if you try to do 5, 6, 7, 8 different things, you know, your return starts to become minimal. That's why you'll some agents, they'll be like, all I do is focus on expires or FISBOs. That's all they do, they master it. You know, for me, it's actually, yes, for me, it's social media, it's SOI, and it is open houses. So it's funny, this kind of aligns, but that's just how I like doing business. I'm not a telephone terrorist, so I kind of like Kendall, if not, yeah, right? So for me, more personal, like open houses, beginning into relationship quickly, events, things like that, I prefer. So, you know, you won't see me doing expires and then one day for sale by owners and then door knock, like, it's really these 3 methods. So on page 51, we do a quick activity called the 24-hour recall. So while the people in your SOI are a great starting point for building your database, they aren't the only people you know. Another way to feed your database is to change how you think about the relationships you have with people you occasionally encounter, but aren't necessarily close to. Even if certain people we regularly interact with aren't part of our sphere of influence, they still belong in our network and have the potential to be future clients. Throughout your day, you will encounter many opportunities to feed your database. Think back on your day yesterday from the time you got up to the time you went to bed. When you woke up, what did you do? Call your mom, look at the news on your phone, check your email, wake your kids up, grab your workout clothes, go for a run. So on page 51, take a minute and write down where you went and who you interacted with yesterday morning. And I'll keep talking as you're writing. Donna's laughing. Did you wave at your child's friend's parent at drop off? And again, I know yesterday was Sunday. Did you smile at the barista before they took your order at the coffee shop? Did you say hi to your neighbor while walking your dog? It's okay if you don't know everyone's name. So let's take a minute and write down the people interactions from this.
Literally a great hair. All days.
Yep.
So I'm thinking.
And it could be the day before, like a more, because that's more of an anomaly, right? So Saturday or maybe a typical day. Whatever that is, right? Being in real estate. So I'll keep talking as you're writing. As you look at your interactions, could you deepen your relationship with those people? Could you have smiled at your neighbor and politely said, you know, we see each other every day, and I don't know your name. I'm Doug. Of course you could. What about those you didn't interact with? Could you have smiled and said good morning to the barista rather than just ordering? It's time to change the way you think about your days. You aren't just running errands, you're meeting potential buyers and sellers. You aren't just ordering coffee, you're creating a relationship with the people who help you. And because of those relationships, you may be poised to help them the day they are ready to buy or sell real estate. Fun fact, actually, last year, it was 2 years ago, I was getting my brakes worked on. And there was only one other person in the mechanic shop. And I knew I was going to be there for a while, so I just brought my laptop. And it was like 2 hours, and I just looked over at the lady. I'm like, hey, like, what are you in for? And she said, like, tire issue or whatever. We just talked a little bit. And she asked me what I do, and I just said, well, I'm a real estate agent. I brought my work. And she said, like, oh my God, like, I won't believe this. My mom just passed away, sell her house. And you just like, seriously, you never know. That's more of a kind of like, holy cow, come list to me instance, but you never know. But yeah, just by breaking up the silence or the monotony, got its relationship quickly, and yeah, sold her house off market a couple months later. Yeah. And now she's actually a big Raven fan, so it's, yeah, you never know. The bottom of page 51, we're finishing up. I get a volunteer to read the Asian success story in gold, the gold box. I can read it.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Is that Maloff?
Sure.
Okay, Scott came into the real estate industry with a club promotion experience. So he knows the ins and outs of hosting great events. Through his team, though his team hosts large, impressive events, the micro events, and the program he calls 50 First Dates are a staple of their lead generation. Every week, every member of his team goes out to one coffee, one lunch, and one dinner with people from their database. They have coffee with somebody they're trying to get into a relationship with, lunch with a past client, and dinner with someone they determine to be a VIP for their business. During these dates, they focus on serving their guests by being their connector. If the guest mentions needing someone to do their landscaping or tutor their child, Scott and his team find someone to help. By connecting them and being of service, Scott and his team show the people in their database that they're here to help. Scott says that investing in people is the best investment you can make. Last year, his team made $1.4 million from this strategy. Remember, real estate is a relationship business. What a better way to build relationships than to have a meal and help someone out.
Awesome, thanks, Ken. What are any ahas, takeaways from that story?
That's expensive.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was just thinking, can we do coffee?
yeah, I mean, I think so, right? I mean, I think the point is, he's got it curated in a way that based on the level of relationship, right, it's kind of tailored, but yeah, no, I think. Yeah, I think coffee's, great, or even if you sprinkle in a dinner occasionally, or if it's like a really important client or a raving fan, right? But no, I think the overall principle is just getting a relationship and having coffee or having the meeting with them. Yeah. Yep. Any other ahas?
Well, then they made 1.4 billion from the strategy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, here's the reality, right? You can spend a ton of money on billboards, Zillow, on pay at closings, or you pay at closing. But for the most part, the lowest hanging fruit, right, are going to be the people on your phone. They know, like you trust. That's why we continually hammer your SOI calls, right? Not to say like other sources like expireds or canceled listings aren't a bad source, but a lot of times those are more transactional, right? It's, hey, saw your home didn't sell. If I could sell it for you, like, would you want to meet? Great. You sell it, they move. It's kind of the end of the relationship. If I've known Kendall for a few years and I know a lot about her family and I'm staying in a relationship, like that could be just a recurring source of business and turning referrals where, and I'm not paying these VAs to scrape data to find Kendall's number because it's expired, or I'm not putting a giant billboard up, which is again this isn't like an attack on advertising or marketing. I'm just saying all of lower cost activities for the most part oftentimes yield some of the best results. Yeah.
And then I moved forward a little bit.
Sure.
This page here.
Yep.
When I first looked at this, I'm like, oh, MG, because I really never thought about, okay, I need to talk to the dentist, I need to talk to my doctor.
Yeah.
Landscaper, all these people, I mean, I have the pest control come monthly.
100%.
You know, plumbers, it's like, I've never really thought like, well, I'm paying them to do something for me. So it's like they're a part of my network.
Yeah.
So I haven't really thought.
Absolutely. And that'll lead us to, yeah, page 53. So, this says to allot 10 to 15 minutes to fill in this. So like now we're a little over halfway. So obviously this is kind of what we can throw in a break. You know, if someone needs to use the restroom, get coffee, water, but, so let's do, yeah, let's spend about 15 minutes. Cause that'll include, you know, break. And, let's, from page 53 to, well, 65. But there's blank pages, reflect on the people in your network, right? Those you regularly interact with as part of of your everyday routine. And let's take the next 12 or so minutes to fill in as many blanks as possible with the names of individuals you know. Feel free to jot down any other names that come to mind that are not listed in this document. So it is, yeah, 11:12 right now. So just before 11:30, we'll plan to go over any ahas and see how many we can get down.
How long does this go?
Until 1.
One.
Yep. Restrooms. Yeah. It's true.
Is it always freezing in here?
Is everyone else kind of cold?
Yeah, you don't have to adjust for me.
I'm always cold, so I'm just used to it.
Yeah, but you're.
I'm fine. I'm used to it.
I'm cool.
I'm
You're
fine.
cold? Just being a smart ass?
No, I mean, generally,
You see this
yes.
giant mug of hot tea?
What? What's in there?
Chamomile.
What's deadly? No, I love it. Look at those.
Is there any other way to drink? This isn't chamomile. Thoughts?
We'll take another about 3 minutes. Just kind of again, I know like, this is a pretty exhaustive list or comprehensive list, but
It's eye-opening, really.
I think, honestly, I think that's part of the exercise is just to kind of make you aware of, holy cow, these are actually a lot of people I may not even thought I interacted with.
It's funny, number 97, the most enthusiastic person you know.
I mean, but they're probably gonna be your biggest cheerleader, that is funny though. Yeah, well, heck, and is it Tara, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, in her case, like,
It is another.
yeah, it's
Jen's wedding from Ari, yeah, she's great. Like we've done 2 transactions together. We just clicked. We had a lot of fun, and like she just sends me stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And it's Susan Keenly from Each Other. She sold me my house a long time ago. And I've since sold it, but she's always been a big supporter. She sent me some stuff, and like,
it's amazing.
I find that really just amazing. Like, I really try to make. Obviously, we're always fighting for our clients, doing whatever we can, but like. I've always felt like if my relationship with the other agent is solid and like we're good, we're gonna be able to work through the nonsense really easily.
Oh, yeah. Reputation is, because like I said before, right, it's a finite market. And all things considering, if you have a great reputation with an agent and say you're in a multiple offer situation and like all other price and terms are kind of similar, if that agent knows you're reputable, you're a good agent, you're a good fiduciary, like that could push you over the top, all other things considering.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
know,
you can always have the lender call, like other people, like you should do
Yeah.
as much as you can, but if they know that like at the end of the day. You're gonna turn in paperwork on time, you're gonna be present and do all the stuff, like it does go a long way, so. And of course, we've all had the ones that were just like.
that's the thing too, is like,
Yeah. Not happy about seeing this name, but
Yeah.
here we go.
no.
No, I'm just kidding. Not good.
Evening, spending fighting.
All right, does everyone have a pretty at least decent list of kind of some of those people in your network that you wrote down? I think I've seen Donna just writing up a storm.
This is great because like this one that says your favorite server, well, we have one and she got a different job and now we don't have a favorite server. So I
Yeah.
gotta find a new favorite server.
That's right. Yeah,
And we can't do that. We just haven't.
yeah,
It's like, why haven't we done that? Why? Because we certainly go to one certain place to eat all the time.
Sure.
So like things like that are. Yeah, it's kind of eye opening.
yeah. Absolutely. Okay, we'll keep pressing ahead, but again, I would encourage all of you to, go back. It's an ongoing, you can go back and it's homework, or if anything, just as a reference guide, or just update it. I mean, heck, you could even put this in command or a spreadsheet and just have it be a living document so that when you do find your new favorite server, just rotate it out, update it. Awesome. So we're on page 67 now. So now we're moving up to step 3, which is communicating with our database. So we want to do this so that we stay top of mind, so that when our database thinks of us, thinks of real estate, excuse me, to think of us. We communicate with our databases consistently and systematically through what we call touches. Touches are the instances of communication you have with people. Touches can be emails, phone calls, letters, newsletters, text messages, and more. What's important is that when you reach out, those touches are useful and needed. If it's useful or needed, it's relevant. And if it's relevant, it's valuable. An example of useful and needed information is sharing an article on home buying tips with those who don't own or are likely to move soon. We'll learn more about that in session 3. What useful and needed information can you share with your contacts? Does anyone have anything they share or they can provide value to for their people staying in touch?
So again, I was a restaurant manager for a long time, and
Yeah.
that restaurant closed down in 2020, but like I had tons of regulars and so that.
Yeah.
And that was like who I first reached out to, when I started real estate, and I would say like 5 of the 10, 12 that I like was really close to, we've done a real estate transaction.
Wow.
I know, so like
Okay.
that's been huge, like they loved me in that, they were like, we're gonna support you in this way. One I've done 2 transactions with, one I've done 3 transactions with, like it's been really cool. And then another one I met through a mutual friend, and they've sent me like 4 other referrals and they've all bought from that. So
Wow.
like they didn't buy, but they had a friend they were like, hey, my friend's daughter.
Yep.
Is looking, her and her fiance, and then those 2 had such a great time with me that they referred their friends to me. So
Wow.
then now their friends have bought with me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
and now it's kind of like stop because there's nobody left. But like, I think I did such a good job that like hopefully when they find people or like know people and I keep touching base, like, hey, hope the house is going well, like hope everything's great, if you know anybody, like
Sure.
send me and stuff. But yeah, like that was really surprising with like the regulars from the restaurant that they were so supportive. Like I didn't think that they wouldn't be, but like they're older and stuff. I didn't think like they would want to buy another house or downsize or get a vacation home necessarily, and that's where I was pretty wrong. Like you shouldn't assume.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great point. And that seems to be not that, but a recurring theme I keep hearing from you, Tara, is that like it seems like you're adept at taking already established relationships and just cultivating them, and you have a nice referral and
Yeah,
repeat.
trying to get them to go like that. I feel like I get it going and then like it'll stop, and then like that's where I get discouraged. Like, okay, Luke, great, we did these 2 transactions or we did these 3, and
Yeah.
then you're still like whatever, and then I'm like, know anybody else?
Yeah.
And I hate to do that. I mean, one in particular, like she was the librarian at my kids' middle school, he's now in high school and she's retired now, so I did, help them sell their home, help them buy a new home, help them sell a family home to their daughter. And like now it's all stopped, like everybody's in their place,
Sure.
so now like there's nowhere to go, but she loves me, so I know like when she's at the pool and somebody says realtor, like she'll be like, you need to call my
Yeah.
car, and that's all that matters to me,
Exactly.
so. Hopefully, when she's, being grandma and like with the kids at the pool, like that conversation, she's a super talker, so hopefully she
Yeah.
keeps doing that, and so then I make it a point not just to touch base because I love her to death, like. But that I keep fresh top of mind with her,
For sure.
and those are the easy ones, it's the ones that I like, kind of just barely know, like, I'm like you, I don't. Like, I can chat your ear off like when we're here, but like, I don't wanna pick up the phone and be like. How's real estate, like feeling for you?
Yeah, we'll get into some framework of like how to kind of easily segue into those, more easily segue into those conversations.
I think a really good thing to do is, well, one thing I do and I've always done is. I'm helpful in all ways, even outside of what I'm trying to sell you or do. So, like just this week, I've had somebody reach out about school districts. My friend who wished she had used me in her real estate deal, reached out to me about composter.
Yeah.
Like what's the best way to do compost? Another person reached out to me about.
So that's your other girlfriend.
Right, yeah. Yeah, how'd that go? Charge us, save you $17,000. But she just got totally screwed by her realtor and builder. Hearing that? Yeah, so contracts are written for a reason.
Yeah.
But I think just being like a connector.
Yeah.
And then having when my circle tells me like, oh my God, you're such a good connector, it's like I feel completely validated in.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, this will be successful.
Well, ideally, you want to be the Google, right?
Yes.
Of your community.
Yeah.
Someone has a landscaping, a school district need, a carpet, like you want to be that person. Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting because even taking this whole list. You could really take this whole list, go into Etsy, buy some sort of, vendor list template. Take it into Canva. And create your own vendor list. Booklet.
Yeah.
And then you can communicate with your database to offer them that.
Yeah. There's actually a week or two ago, was an MRBA podcast episode on that, just creating a vendor list.
Yep.
To make it accessible, or if you want to farm a neighborhood. Or
Yep.
just have one in general. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, page 69, I'm not gonna go over all of this, basically, there's a TCPA registry list. Do not call, everyone in your phone contact list, you've been talking to, like, they're good to make calls today. It's more so like, outbound lead list, leads, right, it's. This just, and I would urge you to read it, it's just very jargony and lawyery, but we want to keep you out of real estate jail. The Market Center has a do not call list, registry that you can check out. But, for today's purposes and to keep moving along, people we're going to be calling, we don't have to worry about that, right? And then for like TCG, the inbound leads that come in, they have to opt in and they're scrubbed so that, like, they're saying, hey, Donna can reach out and talk real estate. Okay. Has anyone seen this acronym before?
Yes.
Yep.
Like, the PC people better be saying yes, because we talk about it every day.
Annie's getting the whip ready. Yeah. Yeah, it's classic, it's. When in doubt, like, what do I say? Well, just follow the framework, right? So. Ideally, you're gonna use the Ford method throughout Breakthrough 120 year career. Stands for family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. So for example, family, how's your family doing? Heard you just had a new baby. Occupation, are you still working at ABC company? How are you enjoying that? Any changes in the works? Recreation, did you ever get that boat and talked about instead of renting one all the time? And then dreams, are you still thinking of retiring to the mountains one day? Well, why do we ask 4 questions? Well, 4 questions are all funneling questions that lead to real estate discussions.
Family, F, is growing or shrinking, so you need more or less space. Occupations change and require relocation. Recreation might lead to wanting a second home or to move closer to what you love. And then dreams happen, things change. Need to move to be close to your grandchildren or to retire at the beach. Take a couple minutes to think of other questions for each letter in Ford. So on page 71, so write them down and just a minute we'll share. So let's just take a minute or two, to jot down, they're under that Ford framework. Questions you can think of. You don't have any additional questions they wrote down or added, let's share. I mean, this, not to, sorry to interrupt, but the Ford framework, the whole purpose really is to keep it so the conversation could be guided really wherever the consumer or client wants to take it, right? So that's why the questions are a little general, because you can let them talk, listen, and then go from there. Anybody like to share?
I think for recreation, I like to ask people what they're doing for fun.
Yeah.
These days,
Yeah.
because like I just kind of tend to work, do things and
Yeah.
like menial things. I feel like I can stop and go do something fun and meet people.
Yes, yeah, and people like talking about themselves and what's, yeah, that's a good question.
My kids plays high level soccer.
Okay.
So I'm always asking like about sports.
Yeah.
Like, how is your kid doing in baseball, or how are they doing in gymnastics, or how they can that like. And try to like interject a little bit about what Ethan's doing, Sure. Like my kid's doing this too. I know that, the travel's crazy.
Yeah.
Try to like relate to it a little bit.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So on page 73 is where we're at now. So real estate is a relationship driven business, which means your conversations with SOI should genuinely, reflect an interest in who they are and what matters most to them. Genuine and meaningful conversations strengthen relationships. Therefore, you won't necessarily cover every topic in one conversation. So if they like talking about their family, you might just stay there. Or if you know they just took their dream vacation, you can start by talking about recreation. Additionally, you won't necessarily stick with one question. You want to dig deeper into the topic, if that makes sense. For example, if they say, my daughter just graduated from high school, you might ask, what are her plans? Let the conversation evolve naturally. One thing that's most important about the questions you choose with Ford is that they be open-ended rather than closed-ended questions. As we learned in session 1, open-ended questions are more likely to continue a conversation and gain helpful information. So at the bottom of page 73, if you're following along, this is where we'll start to play around with AI. You don't have to do it now, but this is where you can create a prompt in AI to basically act as so you're a real estate agent, and AI is going to help coach you to practicing building conversations with your SOI. So you can give them the Ford framework, and there's actually a playbook in Command for an AI playbook. we went over it, I think a couple months ago here at the Market Center, but yeah, it's in command. Different prompts for different scenarios. So this one in particular is developing more forward questions with AI. All right, page 75. So we're gonna call our first contact in a process we call role model, role play, and real play. First, I'm gonna role model the conversation for you. Then you're going to get into pairs, role play the conversation. And then finally, you'll make your first phone calls. The conversations we are going to use are frameworks. You'll use them to build your exact conversations. You can should adapt these frameworks to your personal communication style and who you're calling. For example, you aren't going to call your brother who you talk to every day and say, "Hi, Marco. Hi, Marco. It's Ashley. How are you? How are you?" These conversations are the scaffolding for what you're going to say. Our goal is to get you comfortable talking about real estate. So first, I will model a conversation framework you can follow. I'll start with the Ford method to naturally begin the conversation. Then I'll share the news about my real estate career and offer support for any real estate needs. When I role model, take notes on what you learned about the other person. Jot down anything you might be something I want to follow up on or that you think is important to the buyer or seller, so I can deepen the relationship with them. So can I get a volunteer to help me role model the conversation? Chris, or are you just stretching?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Okay. So Chris and I are gonna role model using the Ford method and the exciting new chapter dialogue. Okay, so I'll even out that a little bit, call things. So ring.
Am I just making up?
Yeah, so wherever you take it, I mean, I'll start with Ford and then, yeah, wherever you take it, we'll go to there and I'll
Okay.
share my exciting new chapter dialogue. So.
Great.
Yeah, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Chris, it's still, they're Phyllis. How are you doing, man?
Oh, hey Doug. I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I don't know if it's a bad time or not, but I just wanted to reach out really quick. You were on my mind and yeah, I know it's been a while, but I wanted to see how you're doing, see how the family's doing.
Yeah, good. We're pretty good.
Okay.
How about you?
Yeah, look, all is well. Yeah, brother just graduated high school. And you're yeah, just getting ready for summer, but how about you guys? Any plans, some travel, vacations on the agenda?
Oh, yeah. We were gonna take a road trip out west to Yellowstone.
Okay.
But that's not until August, so.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, well, I know last time we talked, yeah, you guys were getting ready for a trip, and you had mentioned potentially going out to Europe for a trip. Was that still one of your plans as well?
Yeah. Possibly, but that's still in the works.
Okay, fair enough. So listen, Chris, I wanted to share something exciting. I've officially started a new chapter as real estate agent. Really passionate about helping people navigate big decisions like buying or selling a home. And you've always been someone I value. So I wanted you to hear it from me directly.
That's great, Doug. Congrats.
Thank you, yeah. And look, I'm not, obviously today asking you for business, but if you or someone you ever know ever needs anything real estate related, I'd love to be your go-to resource. Do you know anyone who has real estate plans the next year?
I'm not sure I know anyone off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Well, like I said, again, I know it's been a while, but with your permission, I'd like to stay in contact with you. And if there's anything I can ever help with, feel free to reach out. But yeah,
Yeah, well, we're not thinking about buying or selling soon.
Yeah.
We're pretty happy where we are.
yeah, most people are. But like I said, I just wanted to stay in contact, see how you're doing, see how the family's doing. And if it's okay with you, I can check back in about another 3 or 4 months, just touch base.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Fair enough. Okay. I started kind of fumbling a little bit. I was in the middle of thinking, we have our own SOI script at TCG, so like I was trying to intertwine that. It didn't really work out, but you guys see how like it went, asking about family. Then we kind of segued into recreations and I intertwined dreams a little bit. And I made it clear that I wasn't asking him for business like today. I feel like sometimes when we make our first calls, it's like, I'm not gonna buy it, like, you know, why is Doug calling me? Like, he wants to buy or sell a house. So, yeah. So what ahas did anybody have?
I know that when I done this, because I did do this. Like exact script last year. My next step. Wasn't saying, can I contact you in 3 or 4 months?
Yeah.
I know I will not.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
But my next step was, hey, if I send you a link to my newsletter, would you mind signing up for it? Or do you mind if I add you to my newsletter? It depends on how your newsletter allows you to
yeah,
input. And every single person was like, oh yeah, sure.
yeah,
And they would click the link and do their thing and it increased my newsletter.
yeah.
You know, base.
I love that. So Kendall was asking permission and then getting them into her ecosystem.
Yep.
And providing value on a consistent, sounds like weekly basis with her newsletter.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's another way to do it as well. Some people, yeah, that's a great way. I mean, you'll know about the person, right? Some people are like more just transactional and have a 3-minute call and check the box. Okay, I'll touch base with you in 3 months. And then some people, yeah, I think value that, that touch, right? Especially with your personality.
Well, I think whatever you do, you also have to set the expectation of yourself.
Yeah.
Like,
Fair enough.
I know there's a program. I know myself.
Yep.
And I know I am not gonna follow up in 3 to 4 months.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
if I say that to somebody, I know I'm already gonna fail.
Yeah,
So that's just my creative way of staying in touch with people.
okay. Yeah. Well, let's do this. Let's pair up. And we're gonna practice. Yeah, so we're. So yeah, we're going to partner up. One of us would be the first person, me, I would be the agent. Client, the first. Are you guys do the pair ups?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an argument.
And then you can definitely.
Here's mine, it's a vertical scale.
Yeah.
Do you want me to?
Like that.
Agent of light.
Okay, so.
Hello. Hey. Shannon. Yeah. Shannon, how are you doing inside?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing very well.
Yes, very.
Listen, I was chaotic, but I was actually just from those guys and I reach out. See how the family's doing and see how what you're gonna say.
You know, so that is.
I can't raise their kids.
Yeah, I wanted it.
Yes, we do, so. Great time.
Yeah.
That's good. Kids and some sure.
So I guess you never.
April, not May.
You guys have any trips? Vacation days?
Go back to what we're supposed to do.
So. Yeah. What sound like?
I think his skincare products out way most girls, so it's pretty,
Yeah, well, I love that.
Yeah. You guys, you have plans for the summer?
Yeah. So then sure.
Yeah, we may go to Europe this summer.
Mars.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, but now. I just want to share those. So I'm really passionate.
Oh, yeah, she loves it.
She wants to share her time. And I started acting, so I'm really trying to get her some. These days, the campaign as well, like, you know, so, she said. Yeah. What real estate plans do you have next year?
It's not bad, it's good fun. Because that's
Yeah.
that's summer, it's about that, and then,
Right.
so we have a lot more house and land.
Today, so. I feel like everything's gonna be great, but then that's not the problem. Well, I find something sneaky. Well, we just that, so they cannot bring it, but they were $4,000.
Absolutely. I can hear that. I really want it.
But, yeah, he's coming, and sure he's worried about, you know, that or. Yeah. I use that.
Well, I can certainly.
Do you love?
Because they're.
Yeah, it's 5 days late.
She's over some of the options. Catch her up.
I've been to.
Yes, well, every time she gets
The next project Thursday at 5.
planning on traveling, I think a big area in our area.
Yeah, what I'll do is, yeah, I can do that's the other side, like, next, next.
Yeah.
We're gonna help them out, so if our hands are lying on it, yes.
Absolutely. See, really good helpers around the.
And what's the hour? What do you wanna do first? What are the times? Rent, maybe, that would be the, yeah.
Like that's where. Travel, we don't like, like now.
I'm pretty sure, I'm hearing like, actually, look at your family.
Thank you. That the inspection is really well. Do real estate too, what is in there?
That would be. That's all right. Yeah, about all my.
I was cheered on it.
Right, yeah.
I think for me, like just getting off the house, like, how far do you got?
Yeah,
How far down do you got? I'm like, how like, the cost sort of like.
I don't know.
I love Kettering, that area. I feel like I know that area. I don't know, like, is this like that, my side, people reach out about it. Like, it's something strange.
And,
Yes, I just don't.
So,
I just like.
I thought about my friends, but. The issue of that, so we were thinking about not only the venture, I'm sure.
it's great for me to.
Yeah.
We talked about it, times I'm sure, I think he's trying to go. To work with them.
No, that's, I'm happy to hear that.
Why is he putting that now?
It's like the last week.
Areas like it's not so much to have you create it, like so why?
I push myself so thin, like, I was saying, like, sure, there's money to be made.
Like, we're good for now.
Like,
Like, my dad is he's kind of playing around with.
This is like, I can understand.
Downsides, just yourself.
Like, I can't, it's like maybe having one like in another state, but he's making our.
I haven't, I really thought about the neighborhood on kids, but
Yeah, and, well, yeah. Like.
No, that'd be great.
I mean, God, every person got, you know, I got you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
And I,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe that's, yes.
Yeah. Get a little money.
And so in this case, so is at the structure of 5.56. That sounds great. And I would keep somebody, contact somebody should and give me a call. And I'll do so. They're like, hey, what's happening right better? And I'm like, like, you're informed. And it's a little distraction. For your really. It's all the even though.
Right.
You know, if you're. This. I can ask the president.
Energy dying from my brain.
Yeah, because that way. Seriously.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I need your husband, everybody is.
Fumbling my way.
No, you're good. So that's lifestyle.
Right.
So that's what happened. You know, they know you're reaching out. Thank you. I prefer. I have advice for us. I should be nice for somebody. Yeah, I only. First,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I rejection.
So they never able to.
That's why when I first got, it's like,
Yeah.
I do it.
Which them from there?
Yeah. I'll certainly do that.
I
First,
think-
right, say.
I raise my contract.
I like.
There's different ways to make that. Like the most, I mean, I've had a few like. Schools I've been supposed to have. And it's a
New support. You know.
It is what it is.
So you know. Lots of guys like.
But.
You know, if I could, permissions in the role manager.
Okay.
It's going for now.
Your own values and all these things. That's something you need to.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we talked about like.
Yeah.
Be the chart here.
Yeah.
And like, let's like, I feel.
Yeah.
Everything's all the.
Yes.
So far, we're talking about it, like nobody's all that either.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes do it ourselves. And it's like.
So yeah,
Like checking on that too.
yeah.
Yeah. I still want to. I at least.
Yeah.
And I did, I wrote it out all myself and then.
That's like, yeah. Really, I mean, it's like, that's after I. That's right, actually, yeah. To the very least, it should be. It's like.
Yeah. But, so when I called my own followers. I formed my own voice. Yeah. I want to share. Yeah.
This is a really great mechanism. I just.
I'll say that, yeah.
Intense.
Yeah.
When I started.
Sure.
So I
started
something's all over the secret.
Yeah.
And.
And then I know to have their.
And I like that.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know, like, for some sure. More people. Will be. It's difficult to state something. You should in person. And there's shares in the newsletter.
Other forms of media, it's just a way to engage in the top of mind, even for generations. State office. That I'm gonna make up, that's how it's more. Moving to top of mind is like so. Chance to be involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question and
very helpful. Yeah, absolutely. I got
Yeah.
to teach you giveaway.
Yeah.
So like,
You know what I mean? It's like,
Wednesday. So like, it makes it.
Oh.
I know. Yeah. So, you know, all of the giveaways. I just actually think you should like. Yeah.
On Facebook.
Yeah, so I'm just, yeah, I fall shoot. Photos, what I've learned people have memories.
Okay. Yeah, it's right here. Okay.
To me, it was having a nice time. A grill is great, right? Like, especially. Those for like family portraits, I want or a tan like a bar.
Because you know, I know.
So, yeah, the ideas are in this.
Yeah, they are. This lender because, not because I get a kickback. Great job. I was like. I really might get a little
So these are ones.
like my filters and stuff. Inspection.
All right, has everyone had a chance to kind of run through it?
Yeah, I really.
All right. How'd that go?
That went well.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now we're gonna begin real play and reach out to the people in our SOI on your database, spreadsheet or command, using the conversation framework we just learned. Before getting started, okay, it says people will notice must say debate. Gotta say this. Sorry. Every day in class, we will make calls to people we know and are connected to. Before you make any calls or texts, please remember to honor the Telephone Consumer Protection Act and do not call lists, including those at your market center and state. If you have any questions or concerns about this, please consult your market center or attorney to ensure compliance. Also, check any market center and state do not call lists. Refer to the guidelines in your participation guide for more details. These guidelines are for your protection as well as the protection of your clients. Okay. We are running just a little bit behind. So it says in the next 30 minutes, call these 5 people you know. Let's do an abbreviated, let's take 10 minutes to make it, well, ideally connect with up to 5 people. Well, great. But I'd rather you guys, ladies and guys, make 1 or 2, if you can, 3 solid connections as well. And because we don't have time for 30 minutes for this activity. So let's do this. Let's take 10 minutes and call as many people that we can, because you may get voicemails, you may get, call back laters. And try to connect with as many people in our sphere as we can, right? So let's do any questions on what we're doing? Yes, yeah, also, I'm sorry, you were, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna take 10 minutes. Just call these 5 people, but really just have as many conversations. And that's the more important part, as many two-way conversations that we can. It's 12:08, 12:18 to circle back. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Great game. I just wanted to put attention to see them. Oh, it's so even just clear my skis a bit on myself a bit easier. I thought. Well, you know. Look for excuses. Open that I used to. Which one was swimming balls. They also get together.
Hi, Donna, it's Barbara. I don't really ever talked to her. I saw him last Presley. It's supposed to be. I just wanted to check in.
Right,
It seems like being a going. I'll be a grandma and retired and you know, the floor is. Maybe you call back or something like that.
oh, yeah, for sure. Well, two questions. Forget what physics and title is being used to. Friends who are. Very good game. Naturally and stuff like that. Another friend who does like special events. I do know to actually do to.
Hey, Elaine, it's Doug. Hope you and Ron had a great Father's Day weekend and yeah, wanted to touch base. We're doing a Blackstone Grills giveaway this Wednesday. I'm not sure if you can see my emails I've been sending out. But yeah, wanted to get you guys entered in case you were interested. But yeah, just wanted to hear from you. Hope you guys are doing well. Give me a call back. Thanks, Elaine.
That's how it, that's how this time was. And then what was the? Like rate in Chattanooga.
Oh, I'm sure, well. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be the first year over there, no, it's not whatever. Anyway, I think you got. Yeah.
How's everything going? It's been a minute since we've got to talk.
Right, here it doesn't seem like.
So he is.
Is it good? This is like.
The one in the picture here is Cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It was very, very cheap, that's for sure. We took the trip here.
Are you kidding? You have to be so glad for sure. Yeah, I finally gathered.
So Rebecca decided she was gonna sign another release, okay?
I mean, I think that, you know, you think everything else is about there's because it works better to this the way he had it. Okay, so that was point number one, reason. Number two is, So we'll take these people down, we're in upper on church. Here's like this one in my year, they had to keep, they just. They've done a lot of each other, and so I feel like their risk and tolerance is pretty high. You know what I mean, so I feel good about that, but we need to temporarily turn on the electric for water for them.
I know she.
So there's a thing that's to do it.
She wants to know that it's like she wants.
Inspection. So you.
I was
Okay.
wondering how she was doing.
I mean, if you could do it, I would say as
Are
soon
you
as
talking
possible,
about
just
your-
give them your shine as possible, that would be awesome. Great. Yeah, I would say if we give them a call today, that would be practical, we just want to move them along as quickly as possible. You know, yeah, so we think we would do that today. Yeah, I mean, they're not expecting anything, they know, you know what I mean, like they've had enough there, like they know what's going on. But still, they just want to be, their, all of their due diligence things, so the more quickly we can get the better. Yeah.
I love that.
It's like,
I love that.
So we want them to do it, and we do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I know this, I'm gonna say, you did.
I think that's what they're gonna do.
So that's
Oh,
happening.
yeah,
We're just not crossing that with the church for some reason, so.
well, like I said, I'm gonna call my two friends and said, well, she goes to venue or something else, they do. You know, those are my best.
Okay.
What's that city? Yeah, Nashville. That one's like it. Well. Oh, yeah, it's like a whole city. So,
Yeah,
as long as that's okay with you,
it's just like we're talking, spend the day at the bottom, or just to be honest. Right, it was an all day thing, because they just.
Yeah.
It's just, it's exhausting.
yeah,
No,
you must not be, because I never do this, yeah.
I had a good time. Yeah, they kind of, I think it is just overstimulating because it's music constant, you know, like talking constantly.
Right, exactly, exactly, yes.
They'll be bored. I don't know if you know the certain generous parents attend church with us. They've been there for 10 years. And it's time to he's
Endless.
A minute.
yeah.
Shiny. Well, they can, they have those love themselves, you know.
That's special.
That's just like.
Yeah.
No, I know, he's all gonna be there.
Yeah.
They just. They're very sorry. Yeah, exactly.
I know, they just.
Okay. All right.
It's not even looking for this.
So.
And it's been. I don't supposed to be. So it's speaking.
So.
I know.
He'll be the
But you know,
purpose.
I just I've been needing to reach out to you.
Yeah.
Because they're saying my friends, if they were moving.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna keep, but they were sisters.
Yeah.
So I found out, they found their numbers.
Good. And that's the thing, like with me and Donna, right? Like I notice with me calls, you hate it, but like we get in the zone and like it's more deeper call, like we have less probably outbound calls, but it's more deeper. So like, it's kind of what she's playing with right now.
Well, the last time I was in your class, before you left country, or wherever you.
The Austin,
Yeah.
Texas, yeah.
I made 4 calls and I was here, everybody else in the bus had left.
And I was still on the phone because like there was long-winded people on me.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, well, sometimes you want to dig your well deep rather than wide, right? Sometimes 4 meaningful conversations, if they were, much more valuable than just slinging phone calls and. Okay, those who did make calls, did you have any, I heard Amy on the phone? Yeah, did you discover anything relevant to the current or future real estate needs?
Not immediate,
Okay, yeah,
but, someone got fired from their job, so, you know, like, how does that impact their, real estate needs potentially?
Yeah.
Potentially,
it does,
yeah, that's, it's too bad, but,
Yeah.
you know, I like talking to my sphere,
sure,
you know, I mean, I keep such close contact with them and I always have that I never feel like I'm calling a perfect stranger, you know, like, I think the last time I looked, did the calculation, like 89% of my business comes from referrals. It's just how, what I wanted, right? So I think it's grown slower. 11 years, whatever. I think it has taken more time. But I'm perfectly fine with that. So yeah, I'm never not in touch with them. I'm always like, I keep them outside.
yeah,
I keep. They're there. They will never lose me. They know that. Like we talk about it as soon as I meet them, I'm like. FYI, I never let people go, so you're stuck with me the rest of your life. And I really mean it.
good, okay. Anybody have any other wins, challenges, they made outbound calls? Or connections?
Not yet, but a friend of mine, which I did not see in command 3 days ago, clicked a listing.
Okay,
So I've just reached out to him to say,
Yeah.
you know, blah, blah, blah. Hey, you clicked the listing. Are you looking for a house?
Yeah.
So I'm waiting, return there, but,
okay,
it just made me, like you said, like reach out to people that I was like, oh, I do have to reach out. I do have to follow up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't call.
I have a lot of contact, I don't have phone numbers for, I discovered.
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
yeah,
a lot of like aspirational. Database members.
yeah, sure. Well, that's why I think kind of continuously auditing database is truly like. Is this person valid?
So how do you connect with them?
Right.
No, I mean, like, you know, if they're in your database and you don't have the phone number, do you like Instagram message them? Like, how are they in your database?
Well, I mean, some of them are people that I know from. That are either like from. Previous jobs or school or something. But we might just be friends on Facebook or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I said they're more aspirational, because they should potentially be in my database, especially if they're in town. And. But I don't have. A way of. Contacting them. Besides social media.
Do you feel comfortable enough or connected enough to reach out and say, hey, I just realized I don't have your phone number. Here's mine. Can you send me yours?
With some of them, yeah. Some of them are more of a strategy, I guess.
I mean, I did that too when I uploaded. I was like, oh, who is John? Or, you know, I would have like an email, but not a phone number. And I spent months contacting however the way it was, or if I knew the person that knew them, I would text, you know, Cindy to ask for Dave's phone number, and then I would text Dave.
Yeah.
But it took a while.
Yeah.
But it helps.
Yep.
To do that.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So on page 79, talking about AI a little bit. So now that we've done our first role play, this is the perfect time to talk about how AI can help you in your business. So first, understand that AI will not replace real estate agents. AI can't build trust with the nervous first-time homebuyer. can't navigate the delicate emotions of a seller leaving their family home, and it can't read the room during intense negotiations. What AI can do is become the best, most efficient, and most importantly, underpaid assistant you've ever had. With the right plan and actions, it can rescue you from the mundane and repetitive activities that drain your time and energy. One role they can play in your business is to act as your role play partner. So on page 79, there's a couple prompts at the top there. One is the one on top, right? It's creating a new introduction conversation framework with AI. So if you're a brand new agent, it's essentially who wants to reach out to your SOI. Yeah, you can have it right. You can just copy and paste this into Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever your preferred AI method is. And then role play with your conversation with AI. I actually learned about this last year. An agent at TCG was using this. I thought it was very interesting. And you can curate that AI partner to, the difficulty, hard, medium or soft, kind of guide the conversation from there. And then, yeah, giving constructive feedback on what you did well and what you can improve on.
What AI platform are they using to converse?
I think just chat, because this was last year when, yeah, I think it was chat, yeah.
Oops, hold on. About doing something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he brought it up and it's kind of, honestly, kind of interesting. I mean, it's interesting now, but it's really interesting at the time. I had never considered it.
I think Claude works the best for me for that.
Really?
Okay,
Yeah, but I mean, I've used Gemini, Claude, Chat, for those, and I think Claude is like the most natural one. Some of them think that you are mispronouncing somebody's name every time, like if they don't hear it right, that's
Okay.
like one of their critiques. It's just,
yeah,
you said
That's funny.
yeah,
you said dog, and their name is Doug. It's like, well,
yeah,
obviously I said Doug.
yeah. That's part of it.
Big dog, big dog.
And then, yeah, on the bottom of page 79, if you have your manual. Again, yeah, the AI playbook you command, or you can, pardon me. It has different prompts you can check out, and then just, yeah, 10 different. Using AI in 10 different aspects, open house prep, time blocking, client education, all these different things. So maybe for you, Annie, like time blocking, not time blocking, but like productivity, maybe for some of the emails and those tasks. Yeah, I'm seeing that more and more, I think. Page 81. I'll let you read these, because there's a lot on page. Well, there's more so on page 81, but just know, we've all seen Terminator 2, right? We know how this plays out. Just trust but verify, right? AI is not always correct. Make sure the images you use, they're used compliantly, all the things. Right? And then there's, warning text at the bottom. I'm not a robot, I just. Page 83, connecting with your network. You can create numerous conversation networks with AI to help you master talking to people about real estate. These conversations can focus on your SOI, network, people you meet at open houses, or any other group you want to build businesses with. Here is another conversation framework you can use with your network. Those people we brainstormed earlier who you know but don't know well. When you reach out to the people in your network, your conversation might not be as personal as the conversation you had with someone in your SOI, since you aren't as close with them. However, the goal is to further develop a relationship with them. When you get to part 2 of Breakthrough 120, you'll have even more dialogues to work from. You'll also see a great AI prompt to help you learn about those in your network if desired. So on page 83, it just kind of has some framework, like as you're reaching out to the network, and you can customize this all like based on the person. You know, like in this case, it's, yeah, if you're reaching out to a hairstylist, you can tell them you're getting a lot of compliments on your last haircut. So,
Why are you looking at me?
oh my gosh. So like my flat top, I style calmly myself. I sound surprised. But yeah, I do like my hairstylists. Yeah, any of the people we went over in the network section earlier, you know, you could adopt an AI prompt for. On the bottom of page 83, if you're following along, this goes into more detail. And again, you can copy and paste this prompt into whichever AI platform you're using. Asking it to act like a professional research assistant and social intelligence strategist. And it just gives you different ideas and questions to ask. Pretty neat stuff. Yeah. Page 85, as we move on to database trees. So we've covered the building blocks of the database. It's important to understand that there are 5 truths of a database, and when you master them, you master running a big business that meets your needs and serves your clients. When you don't, you limit yourself and your business. So maintaining your database is an income-generating activity, not an administrative burden. Incomplete or inaccurate data leads to lower conversion rates. Transferring a messy database from one system to another creates a big mess. Failing to keep in touch with your database negates the reason to have one at all. And lastly, meaningful touches create a meaningful relationship. So your database is your business. If you neglect it, your business will neglect you. Feed your database or your business starves. Grow your database to grow your business. Any ahas on this section and the concept of databases?
I think it's all true.
I like the prompt. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah. I look forward to hearing what results you see, Angie.
I'm gonna use up.
That's fine.
Probably would be good to test it, make sure it doesn't hallucinate kids that they don't have or, you know, getting a job that they just got fired.
Yeah, I can use a dating pool, honestly.
You should.
I think you should just use your.
Between this and forewarn, I think you should be good.
Yeah,
Potential shared interests, values, cultural touch points.
you should just lean into your network to say, this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So do you know?
Not
Not crazy. Not too
These are
much
your
baggage.
appointments, these are your.
Oh my gosh.
That's right.
I'm a mess, okay. All right. This is kind of the last section of today's session. So win the morning, win the day. So creating a database and reaching out to everyone in it consistently is a lot, right? That's why agents need to pour into themselves every morning in order to create the energy needed to build their database. I'm sorry, their business. Setting the tone early in the day can impact everything else that follows. For our purposes, morning is the first 6 hours of your day, no matter what time you wake up. If you win the morning, you will win the day. Win the morning means starting every day with actions that pour into us. Our goal is to win the day, and winning the morning is how we set ourselves up to reach that goal. Yeah, I'm a morning person, so this whole section kind of resonates with me, just personally. All right, so page 89 that we're on. So this is the MREA, or the Millionaire Real Estate Energy plan. So if winning the morning is so important, what actions do you need to take to do that? Well, in the book, Millionaire Real Estate Agent, Gary Keller discusses 5 areas where he needs energy: spiritual, physical, emotional, mental, and business. They are likely the same for you. These areas are all part of the MREA energy plan. Following the energy plan is how you win the morning and eventually win the day. While an energy plan is essential, what fuels the first 4 areas is deeply personal. How much time you spend on the first 4 energy items is also very personal. So on PGD 9. So let's take a couple minutes to list out where it says what gives you energy in these areas, how many minutes, and this is per day. So let's take a minute or two. Yeah, a ballpark estimate, but it has approximately 3 hours of lead generation for business energy. So let's fill out those minutes. 1 through 5. As you're writing that down, I'll keep talking. I'm gonna give you a few more minutes to write down how you plan on energizing yourselves in each of these areas of the next week. So what are you gonna do and for how long? So, for example, if you exercise for physical energy, how and where do you exercise and for how long? Spiritual energy, some of you may read scripture, some of you may pray, go to church.
And so.
Yeah.
Is send the.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Mental energy, I like usually around Sundays, just kind of planning out my week, taking 20-30 minutes of like things I need to do, absolutely. Double checking my calendar, my schedule. move on to page 91, but again, if you're still working on this, again, this is a. You got your manuals, this is an ongoing, it's a live document, so feel free to reference it, either later today, tonight, and throughout this week. So the fifth piece of the energy plan is business energy. We're gonna be discussing your business energy plan throughout Breakthrough 120. We will move through our sessions to organize your mornings and afternoons to build your real estate career as big as you want it through lead generation. At the end of our session, you're gonna have conversations with 10 people. Keep track of how long this takes so you can start to analyze just how much time you'll need to spend on your lead generation to energize your business. Most successful agents report generating leads for 2 to 3 hours a day at a minimum. For a new agent, this time might be even longer as you don't yet have appointments to take up your time and are building your sales pipeline from scratch. So there's a story, Jennifer Young's story on page 91. If a volunteer wants to read that. If not, I can.
I'll go again.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you.
Jennifer Young's team closes over 500 deals a year. Success she credits to one key principle: being purposeful and consistent with lead generation. Her secret is that there is no secret, just disciplined daily action. Every day from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., she focuses on lead generation. If she can't do it in the morning, she makes time for it in the afternoon. Not a single day goes by without her talking to people. That steady, relentless outreach is what drives her and her team's success. Jennifer and her team also embrace every real estate opportunity, regardless of the price. Whether it's a distressed property or $1 million home, they want to be the first name that comes to mind when people in their market need real estate. They treat first-time buyers and rental clients with the same 5-star service as their luxury clients. This commitment to exceptional service has paid off. Their number one source of business is referrals from past clients and their sphere of influence. Jennifer's commitment to making her calls and serving her entire market has grown her business.
Awesome, thank you. Any ahs about Jennifer's story? Yeah, I mean, it's nothing fancy. I mean, we at TCG, it's like we just pound lead generation, and it's like if you're not booking appointments, I mean, we're all 100% commission-based profession. I mean, if you are not calling people or texting or staying in touch, like, what do you do? I mean, essentially, what are you doing, right? So yeah, I mean, it's just like it says, it's not necessarily creative, but it's just that consistent lead generation practice, calling people, calling your database, texting, emailing, staying in touch.
Is 9 o'clock in the morning too early to call people?
No, not at all. We used to always start lead gen at 9 o'clock at TCG. Now we start at 9:30 because we're scripting roll like from 9 to 9:30. But yeah, back when James, our executive director, were selling, they were calling me, but they were calling the market segment. They were calling where FISBOs, expires, and like those are like kind of speed to lead and like first thing in the morning. A lot of times they would expire as, midnight the night before. So like come 8 a.m., they've probably already talked to 2 or 3 agents already. So yeah, 9:30.
Depends on who you're calling.
That's true too. But
If you call me before 9, I'm like, call me before 8, you're automatically on my show list. You can text me at any point in the day,
yeah.
but people do. Now, it's so irritating, like people I physically know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a morning person too, I bet.
I mean,
5:30.
Yeah, but like, I don't wanna talk to
I
you.
don't wanna talk to you.
Do things.
Yeah.
Go to the gym, practice.
Yeah.
I think one of the key words that she wrote in
Yeah.
here is discipline.
Discipline. Yep. Yeah. I love that too. So you'll also want to make time for lead follow-up during your mornings. As you start having more and more conversations, you'll have more reasons to reach back out to the people in your database. We'll talk more about lead follow-up in session 2, which is tomorrow with Jennifer. To become comfortable with the conversations you'll have while generating and following up with leads, you'll want to do role play and presentation practice daily. Role play is how we internalize what we say as we generate and follow up with leads. Winging conversations will not get you very far. It takes daily practice. Role play also creates a safe space to practice, which helps reduce or eliminate apprehension or fear you might have regarding making calls or knowing how to play. Other real estate agents make great role play partners. Role playing with a partner increases your time on task, helping you improve more quickly. The more you practice, the more natural, confident, and professional you sound. All right, so page 93, we'll just start on pages. Shoot out before 1 o'clock then. So time blocking. Now, and I'll also be teaching a time blocking class next month from KWU, Time Blocking 411. So it's an actual KW course. So but this is kind of a snippet of how it looks like in a 411. Just a KW term. So now that you know what you're going to do and how long that will take with your energy plan, we're going to put it on your calendar. We use the concept of time blocking to set blocks of time on your calendar to ensure that you are doing all the necessary activities. We'll continue building your calendar with daily activities as we learn about them in the coming sessions. Before we time block for your energy plan though, let's take a sneak peek at your calendar, what it's going to look like by the end of Breakthrough 120. Which I guess is this, and again, how I preface was saying this is a new course and all this information is new. I'm still trying to decipher how all this looks, but it's basically a morning schedule on all of the 5 energy plans on Monday through Friday. So this has it chunked down into a morning bracket. So it's got morning, afternoon, and evening. So this is just what like. Yeah, the MREA podcast, the 1P podcast, both release Monday morning at like 5:30. Like that's when they get the new episodes drop. So yeah, I usually listen to them Monday mornings, like Monday cardio or just a good way to start the day or the week, rather. Let's take 5 minutes. So in your participation guide. So yeah, let's take 5 minutes to plot your energy plan on your. So the information you took from page 89 to transpose that on page 93. Have even numbered pages. That's because the facilitator, like all my notes are on the even number pages. Yeah, I know. Okay, been throwing me off. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. What was your name?
Tamika.
Tamara, okay. I'm giving away, I started at the beginning of the class, I don't know if everyone heard, but I've got a copy of Atomic Habits, so. As everyone who stayed to the end of class, I've got when we finish here in a few minutes, I've got to name a wheel spin generator, so I'll give away a copy of this, so. Just getting everyone's name down.
Nice.
Uh,
I can take me.
You have it.
I have it too.
Okay.
So you guys got even better odds, right?
It's a great book.
It is a good book. I read it. It's very good.
And I usually do, like, I've given away the one thing shifts,
Yep.
What else? MREA, look at the copy of the MREA. All right, we're down to four people. Chris missed that. You better be cleaning up his database. Get some phone numbers.
That's right. That's why I just wondered, I don't know how old he is, but. You know, like. Younger generations communicate in a totally different way. So it's like, might not have people's phone numbers because he might just be all like Instagram,
Yeah,
you know. He doesn't seem young enough to be a Snapchatter.
yeah.
But,
Oh, sorry.
oh my god, yes,
Like it.
yeah. But
Let's put a pin in that.
I guess I know that the little. She's like, anyone that we need to know is my. I just at 16, she would have been like,
I just let it get.
yeah,
At Christmas, like. It's the whole like thing.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, it's really, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about everybody else. Stupid. Thank you.
How old is it? Yeah, it's hard, man. If I could do it again, I would not have let them.
I didn't know. I was a super no. His dad was like.
Session 3.
And I'm just like, it's just.
Patrick, our team lead, the team lead for the brokerage.
Like.
Yeah,
I'm.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, okay, I'm sorry.
Like-
Yeah, I do, yeah, okay.
Down.
I'm sorry.
Real honest about like what other kids were talking about, like the things that go around. I was like, so the percentage. Not let them send it to you. Not that anymore. Yeah. Yeah, like one of our friends of the family, there's the youngest son, because graduated high school this year. He got falsely accused by 2 girls there. Big things to them that he did not love his name. He's like, that was school.
Yeah,
And
okay.
then he got dropped, but like.
I need some good news.
Security house.
Yeah, yeah, Patrick.
And like, when I heard, so I was like, I know that family, I'm like, there's no way that kid is these 2 girls.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That was good, and like. He even graduated his class, like, yeah, that works, I was like, it's no joke.
It is no joke. It is absolutely. Joke.
All right, last slide. So closing. So in today's session, we covered the importance of a robust database for a big business. You explained the importance of your sphere of influence to your database. We introduced you to the Ford method to communicate with your SOI. We also talked about ways you can expand your network in a TCPA compliant way. What ahas do you have from our first session of one time? Any ahas?
And I'm not the only one who doesn't have my shit together.
Yeah.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I just need to get out my own way and just like. Do the things. I know once I just like set the plan and go like, and like get it organized,
Yeah,
I'll be good to go.
for sure, 100%.
My thing is the time blocking, I mean, I love it, I believe in it, but when I try to do it, like, I enjoy doing each thing that I want to spend too much time doing it. And then it all gets away from me. So to actually just put that time on it, like this narrows it down even more than what I had it on the previous page. So that teaches me just narrow it down a little bit, and then what you don't finish, you can get to go back to that later in the day, like that saying that's on there from the Volume Real Estate Agent. It empowers you for the rest of the day.
Yep.
So you can go back to that.
Yeah.
But if you stick with that schedule.
You're really good at like, obviously, like, I'm at the gym for so long, the meditation is so easy, like, doing those little things, like, those are, seem so sad and easy, but like.
Yeah.
Get me like working on like a newsletter, playing in Canva, and whatever, before I'm like, oh my god, I just spent 45 minutes on that, like, and then I'm this far, like, what did I just do, like.
Yeah, and then I have
really,
to
like,
now work or eat.
Yeah, damn it, so, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say it all works. I mean, I've done oh my God, Canva flyers for my listings.
Yeah.
And I have 2 buyers off of it.
Yeah.
You know, one from each, 2 real buyers. So, you know, is making a flyer marketing, prospecting? Sure, because where you're putting it. You know. So I was like, twist everything to the positive.
Yeah,
I love that.
100%. So after our session, complete the 24-hour recall and expand your network activities if you need to do so. Continue reaching out to the people who know, like, and trust you until you've had at least 10 real estate conversations. And be sure all contacts you reached out to today are in your database, or in command or follow-up boss, even if you didn't get to speak with them. And then add tags to each new contact. So yeah, tomorrow, be ready to share your progress report at the beginning of our next session. Every session, we will share our lead generation progress. You'll report number of contacts you added to your database, the number of calls you made, number of real estate conversations you had, uncovering any real estate needs, challenges, and odds. And lastly, if you could leave me a review, I'm very close to finishing up my application to become the what's called KW approved trainer, which is a step below master faculty, which is what Tara Smith and Peter Shabri are. There's only really about 50 or so in the entire company, so that's a pretty big deal. But yeah, this is the first step to that. So
We're Ohio Valley.
yes, we are Ohio Valley region. This is in person.
A breakthrough.
Yeah, breakthrough 120 and then database, that's an option. And then my name should be in the drop down box. I'm not Tara Smith.
It's breakthrough. Oh, there it is. Doug with a dog named Mike. Victoria.
Yeah,
There it is. You get to see this stuff?
yes. Not who did it, but yeah. I appreciate it as well. There's a certain number of evaluations you need, there's certain leadership sign-offs you need. There's a few different market centers you have to speak to. You have to take 2.
Done.
Thank you.
Done.
You gotta take what's called train the trainer and train the trainer advanced, which is grueling. Okay, well, I will spin the wheel. So I've got Donna, Annie, Shannon, and Tamika for the drawing. Like, I know it's not that dramatic, like the spell. Oh, sorry, Donna can't see. Looks like Shannon. Okay. All right. Yeah, wait. What? It was on you, Shannon, but then it said you have a winner, Annie, like it switched to red.
Oh, I haven't, I'm sorry.
You have the book?
Okay,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Not here, I didn't say it loud enough.
Oh, you're fine. Shall we draw or?
Yeah, just do it again.
Okay. Donna, Shannon, speak now for everyone, please. There you go.
Thank you, and I. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please stop.
There's also like some worksheets.
Right?
Yes, yeah, James Clear, there's, usually in chapter sections,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good stuff.
It is a great, it's a great.
It is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Doug. That was
Yeah.
fun class.
Yeah, thank you.
Who won the book?
Yay. Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, thank you.
Later. Yeah, I want to see you Thursday for your class. My daughter's having wisdom teeth
Oh.
surgery, so I don't think she'll forgive me if I'm like.
Probably.
Here's the